But it's, again, it just tells the story of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Frankie Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Frankie Rose.
Can you hear me now? Hey guys. Hello. Oh, nice. Thank you, Dandy. Oh, la, what a way to start. It's been a while. And I was playing. I got a new headset, an Alienware headset, so I was messing with that. Oh my God. Well, good to see you guys. Sorry for the bumps. Oh my God. So do you guys remember this case? This is where the young lady, I think she was in university, went for her daily jog and she didn't get too far and was attacked and deleted. So I thought, you know what, like I say, it's been a while. Let's get into this on a Sunday morning, might as well. Just about noon. It's 11:03 here. Let me see. There we go. Yeah, vile. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let's see if I can get this going. Testing, testing.
Well, I wish we had a bigger space, but we don't, that we can make use of. So I recognize this is not comfortable, but it's the best we can do. I'm going to start by swearing the interpreters, and then I'll go over some other things. We got two.
How is the volume on your end, guys?
Okay, all right. If you'll both stand and raise your right hand, you swear that you will truthfully and accurately translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability, so help you God.
I do your honor, my God, if you is master, license, legal, interpret, state and faith.
Thank you. Are you all where you need to
How's
be?
the volume on
in
you
your
guys?
equipment's Operating. All right,
Okay.
good.
She's also from Venezuela, she is facilitating Canelingo from that country. I do know the language, she also is Spanish.
Very well. I will just leave it to you. If you notice something is malfunctioning or not happening, let me know.
Absolutely.
All right. And of course, Mr. Ibarra as well. I call the case of State of Georgia versus Jose Antonio Ibarra, Superior Court of Athens, Clark County, SU 24 CR 0323. Charged with 10 counts. 1 count of malice murder, 3 counts felony murder, 1 count kidnapping with bodily injury, 1 count aggravated assault with intent to rape, 1 count aggravated battery, 1 count obstruction or hindering a person making an emergency telephone call, 1 count tampering with evidence, 1 count peeping Tom. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Is the state ready?
Of course, not guilty. Jesus Christ.
All right. Anything we need to take up preliminarily? I believe there was a motion yesterday. Is there an order with that, or I need to address that orally? If I missed something?
We do have an order, Your Honor. It was just emailed, not to the court, so we will email to the court right now. I will tell the court, for the purposes of restarting, I do not anticipate any of those types of photos that would be subject of the order to appear until after lunch. So we will email Your Honor the proposed order and counsel our proposed order, and that could be something we can take up on a morning break.
That'd be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Beck?
Yes, Your Honor, there is an outstanding motion to reconsider the motion to suppress. It is just based on one statement of fact that we believe is inaccurate as to how the defense obtained the records from the cell phone. If Your Honor wishes to wait until the agent is recalled for the trial, I think the testimony will clear it up. But to the extent that one fact.
So what's going on here? Is she pulling Ann Taylor?
All right. We'll take that up, and you're welcome to remind me about that.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Just happy, you guys. Good to see you.
Oh, and Your Honor, it was brought to my attention by co-counsel that apparently during our live stream of the proceedings on Tuesday, the cameras and live stream that went out continued to record after Your Honor left the bench and the attorney was discussing matters. So I guess I would just ask that Your Honor instruct the media to stop live streaming when Your Honor is not on the bench.
Okay. And that is the instruction when I'm not on the bench or otherwise, call recess, but may be sitting here. That's a signal to stop streaming. Thank you.
Judge, if I just may, I don't know what's going on with this camera here. It is very, very close to us. It is very intrusive to our ability to communicate. And I would caution the court that that's there. And we would ask that the media be instructed not to report any interaction between any of Mr. Ibarra's attorneys and himself to protect attorney-client privilege. If that's what's going on here, I think that's problematic.
Ann Taylor in the Koberger trial, she just threw out a bunch of stuff Friday night trying to get everything thrown out. I couldn't believe it. I did put the documents in Patrion if anyone's interested.
told that it's live stream, but there's a delay in the live stream. And they have been instructed to not publish interactions between the defendant and the attorneys. And also, I understand that the microphones will not be recording. It will not be picking up conversations that between.
So what, they're worried about the public seeing what's going on in the courtroom again? I don't know what it is with these guys. I thought it was the public's right. Hey, Crispy.
Get this done. Anything?
Yeah, and Taylor. Oh my God.
Very well. I'm not going to remove it at this time. I mean, there was a discussion about that, and it was decided that rather than moving around it would be less obtrusive than moving around cameras. So that's what we have.
My word, these people.
You want to be heard further? Ms. Ross?
No, sir. I'm sure counsel for the defense will notify the court if they feel that camera is intrusive.
I'll revisit it anytime I need to. All right. State ready with the opening statement?
Yes.
How do these guys plead innocent when, I mean, the DNA was there?
May it please the
everything.
court,
There's
counsel.
so much.
On February 22nd, Jose Ibarra put on a black hat, a hoodie-style jacket, and some black kitchen-style disposable gloves. And he went hunting for females on the University of Georgia's campus.
So before we get too far into it, this will be a major trigger warning for a lot of people out there. This does have to do with SA and passing away. So there is the warning for you guys if you start watching a little bit later and are unsure.
And in his hunt, he encountered 22-year-old Laken Riley on her morning jog. And when Laken Riley refused to be his rape victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly. That is what this case is all about. The evidence will show that Laken fought. She fought for her life. She fought for her dignity. And in that fight, she caused this defendant to leave forensic evidence behind.
You betcha.
She also marked her killer for the entire world to see. The forensic evidence that he left behind in this fight is his DNA, and only his DNA and Laken's, underneath Laken's right fingernails. He also left behind in a struggle with her over her phone, because the court will hear that she called 911.
Oh.
He left behind his left thumbprint on her iPhone, which was found not far from her body.
Yeah, another smart criminal. Jesus criminy. I don't know. This is supposed to be a very, very short trial, but I do believe we're going to have a lot of evidence that points to this guy.
Body at the crime scene.
And it is that forensic evidence alone that would give you enough evidence to find him guilty as charged on the counts in this indictment. But the evidence in this case will come in basically three forms. There'll be forensic evidence. There will be digital evidence.
Yes.
And there will be video evidence. And all three forms of those evidence will point to one person,
Not guilty.
Jose Ibarra, as the killer of Laken Riley.
Look at the size of him. And you know he was bigger when this happened.
And this is not working. We'll start with a timeline, and the timeline is established by a lot of the digital evidence that you're going to hear about. And for Laken, that timeline begins basically at 9:03 in the morning. At 9:03 on Thursday, February 22nd, Laken Riley did something that she does all the time, and she went out for a morning jog. She lives not far from the crime scene, and Your Honor is going to see several maps in this case, and you will see that where Laken Riley lived, where the defendant lived, where our other victim who you're going to hear from in this trial, Tasia Swee, lived, Building S at the University of Housing, at University of Georgia Student Housing, and where items of evidence were dumped in this case and where Laken was murdered. There, it's all clustered together. And it's all clustered together within about a half-mile radius of one another. And you'll see several maps throughout this case. But she left her house at 9:03 in the morning. We know that for several reasons. She was captured on her Ring doorbell. And you'll see that video through our first witness. And she also was captured on a trail cam that becomes very important in this case. And at about 9:05 a.m., she's captured running from her house down Rogers Road, eventually towards the crime scene where she encounters this defendant. She is running, as you will see, with a few things that are important. 2 AirPods, and they are noise canceling AirPods. And her phone, her iPhone, is in her left hand. She's wearing typical running clothes, and you're going to hear a little bit about how she runs, what she runs with, because these things are important to judge what eventually happened between her and this defendant on the trail. She wears typically very tight running clothes because that's what's comfortable when you run, so it doesn't get it doesn't come off or get loose when you're running. And so this particular day, she's wearing running tights, white Hoka shoes, and 3 layers of clothing on her top. She's wearing a running bra, a shirt, and a tight black Lululemon jacket when she leaves her house. At 9:11 a.m. exactly, Laken is a few minutes into her run, and we have some digital data which we'll talk to you about, which is a Garmin watch that Laken had gotten for Christmas that she's wearing on her run. And this watch captured a lot of important data that you're going to hear about.
Those watches.
But she is on her run.
Awesome.
And her phone, she activates the emergency function of her iPhone. And you're going to hear about that through testimony of the witnesses who examined her phone. She activates the emergency function of her iPhone, and she attempts to call 911, and she, in fact, does call 911. Her call is connected to ACCPD. At 9:12, you'll hear that the call was hung up, and I'm going to play the call for you. At 9:12, the call was hung up by the caller, not the 911 center. The 911 center did not hang up on Laken Riley. The phone hung up. And at 9:12, they tried to call her back, and there was no answer. This is an enhanced version of the 911 call, and there will be several stipulations between the parties in this case. We will execute a waiver of them as they come in. One of the stipulations was that this 911 call was sent to the FBI in Quantico, where they attempted to enhance the call. And this is a 1 minute and 8-second call. And this is the enhanced version of that call. And I'd like the court, when listening to the call, right about 55 seconds
how terrifying.
into the call, you're going to hear a voice.
Clark County 911. Hello, this is Clark County 911. Hello, Clark County 911. Can anyone hear me?
Hmm. You can't hear anything else. Like
For County 911.
oh. Huh. Really?
Yo Tango.
What? What?
There is a long break in what happens next. It was Laken's mom, who Laken usually talks to on her run, who started calling Laken at around 9:06 that morning. And you'll just see the call logs from that and the evidence of that through Laken's phone. And when she could not reach Laken, she began calling Laken's 3 roommates. And you'll meet all 3 of them, Lily Steiner, Sophia Magana, and Connolly Huff. All 3 of them are University of Georgia students at the time. They were all seniors. And Laken herself was at UGA, but had recently transferred to the University of Augusta Athens campus because she wanted to be a nurse. But the 4 of them still live together. And the roommates are all, I would say, technologically savvy and security savvy. And they all 4
You
had
have to be.
iPhones. And there's a function with an iPhone called Find My iPhone, which you can share your location with other people. And the 4 ladies in that house, roommates, shared their digital location with one another.
Smart.
24/7.
Very smart.
And so when Allison Phillips, Laken's mom, began calling and looking for Laken, she notified all the roommates. And then the roommates started checking the ring door camera, checking for Laken, texting Laken, calling Laken, and no response. I will say that this particular day, February 22nd, 2024, happened to be the day where there was a widespread phone outage by AT&T. And so some of the girls did have AT&T as their service provider. Laken did not, she's Verizon. And so the girls were having phone problems due to that widespread outage. And so you'll hear about how that kind of interfered with their ability to really find where she was. But eventually they could not find her. They could not find her for hours. And even though Laken would go out on long runs, she always had her phone with her. So they became concerned. So at around 11:30 on the day of her murder, 2 roommates, Sophia and Lily, went and walked the trails back behind the intramural fields at the University of Georgia where Laken used to run, but they also had her digital profile. And her digital profile put her in the middle of the Oconee Forest, and they had noticed that she had not moved. She had not moved for hours. And so they walked to where they could last see her digital profile, and the 2 roommates found one of Laken's AirPods. They photographed it, they collected it, they went back to their house where they could have Wi-Fi to connect because they had no phone service in the forest and the outage was on. And at 12:05 p.m., they called the University of Georgia police and reported that Laken Riley was missing. So it isn't until the police respond immediately and they take that digital profile, and you'll meet Sergeant Maxwell. He is the officer that found Laken's body. And it takes him, even with her digital profile, this is a very forested area. And she obviously wasn't on the running trail. She was off the running trail. And it took him about 25 minutes, even with her digital profile, for him to locate her. And he did locate her. And you're going to see the body cam footage of him locating her. And what he found when he found her is that she was hidden kind of almost under a tree and covered up with a bunch of leaves. The first thing he noticed was that her breasts were completely exposed. All 3 layers of her top clothing were pulled up above and around her neck. He also noticed that her running tights, which she typically wears above her navel, were pulled down and her underwear was protruding from her tights. He also noticed severe injuries to the left side of her head. He began immediately trying to save her life, but he could tell that she was dead. She was cold. But he began CPR, and you will see the efforts of him and several other University of Georgia police officers where they try to save her. They have to move her out of this area so that they could get her flat on the ground. They give her chest compressions. They give her CPR. They put those pads on her chest to try to start her heart. Eventually, the fire department and EMS comes and they do the same. They work her for several minutes, but she is dead. She is dead. And there was nothing they could do to stop it or help her. You'll see the crime scene measurements. The crime scene in this case was worked by the GBI in conjunction with UGA-PD. You will hear in this case from GBI, UGA-PD, FBI, and ACCPD. The four of them really in conjunction worked this case. And the crime scene, importantly, when they get there, there's really very few items there. But item number one, where you see on the trail, is the other AirPod that Laken was wearing at the time that she was running. And then they saw a disturbed area of leaves to a point where they found 2 rocks and a tree, both of whom have, or all 3 of which have Laken's blood on them. And then Laken's body was a few feet away from that, where you see the green there. And then her phone was not found near her body. It was found where you see item number 8, which is the other tree that you see there. But her person was taken 64 feet off that trail. So from where AirPod is, item number 1, to where you see items 2, 3, and 4 is 65 feet. So in legal terms, he aspirated her 64 feet off of that trail so that he could attempt to victimize her. This is the crime scene, and you'll see how wooded it is and why it took Sergeant Maxwell so long to find her, even though he did have her digital profile. And in here, this photo is actually the phone. And so it took them a really long time to find the phone. They were calling the phone, they were pinging the phone. Her phone was on silent, so they couldn't hear it. I mean, it wasn't until it got dark that they could find her phone, but they kept looking for her phone because they knew the phone was there. And they found it. And when they found it, this is what Daniela Stewart of the GBI saw on her iPhone, exactly where your thumb would be if you go to hang up a call on an iPhone. So at the bottom of the iPhone, she found this latent print in blood. They processed the phone immediately, and that latent print was sent to ACCPD. And we'll talk about that a little later. And here's some of the Garmin data. And there are some things that we will never know about exactly what happened.
You know, the thing is why do they even bother going for a not guilty? Like, what is it with these people? They've got them bangs to right, and yet they still make us spend all of this money trying to convict them. And I'm pretty sure, just based on how long have we been doing this today, not very long, 28 minutes. And I remember when this happened, it was just, everything happened so quick. And then they found her, and then it was not long, and they had this guy. Everything points to him, and like fingerprints, DNA. No, not guilty. It's just like, oh my God, you man, men and women who just put us through all this stuff. You want to jump through your screen. It's like, Lordy, people, take accountability for yourself.
Between Jose Ibarra and Laken Riley on that trail, but we know enough. And what we know is that at 9:10 a.m. from her Garmin that she was wearing, as she is trucking along and she is clipping 7-minute miles, she's running, doing her thing, listening to music, something happens. He does something to her to make her stop dead in her tracks. She initiates the SOS function on her phone and calls 911, and she immediately stops. And after that, you'll see some of this Garmin data, her movement, because it went to the FBI CAS team. They're the ones that analyzed it, and you'll hear about it. She's on this trail with this defendant for about 4 minutes, and then you see 4 minutes later, her Garmin moved 65 feet into the woods, and there's some additional movement of her along that time, and her heart rate is still going until 9:28 a.m. Her encounter with him was long. Her fight with him was fierce, and that is what the Garmin data shows. And once her heart stops at 9:28 a.m., there's no more movement from her Garmin. So what happens next? Well, UGA PD leave, and they really got nothing other than a peeping Tom incident that had occurred on campus at 7:57 a.m. And I'm going to talk to you about that one last. So what they do is it is a combination of good police work and luck, pure luck. But they start dumpster diving. ACCPD is dumpster diving, UGA PD is dumpster diving, GBI is dumpster diving, FBI is dumpster diving. Everybody is just looking into every dumpster in the Athens area for anything because they had nothing. And at a dumpster, at an apartment complex where he lived, a police officer named Zach Davis of ACCPD finds this hoodie jacket. And when he looks in and sees it, it's in a recycling bin and it's standing out because it's right on top. And he noticed it had long, dark hair on it, wrapped around one of the buttons, and he could see blood.
No.
And he thought that was suspicious. So he calls UGA PD. They respond at 9 o'clock on the day of Laken's murder. They collect the jacket found in the dumpster, and they send it immediately to the GBI crime lab indicator for testing. But while they're there, they notice, they look around and see that one of the residents in this apartment and B32 had what's called a Eufy camera, which is like a Ring camera, but works a little different, had a camera aimed at that dumpster. And so they asked the resident that night, hey, can we come in? Can we see your camera? He agreed to let them see it. And this is what they saw. At 9:44 in the morning,
Here we go.
about 15 minutes after Laken Riley's heart stopped, this is what they see.
Oh, yeah. Innocent. I'm totally innocent. Huh. Jesus. Lordy, lordy. See? Yeah. Yeah, they don't have anything on him. Oh. Another one for stupid criminals.
So they saw an individual who they did not know who it was at the time, dump the jacket in the dumpster and go to those bushes there and dump something there. So they go to the bushes, and this video has been enhanced, and I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of testimony about this video, enhanced the best they could by GBI Cyber. And I know the court sat through some motions to suppress where this black Adidas hat, there was a lot of discussion about, and you're going to hear more about all of those things. But this is an image that they locked in on and began to circulate around the neighborhood, or as the cops call a bolo. Be on the lookout for this individual. They didn't know who he was, and they circulated that. But they did go also that night, still the night of February 22nd, to the bushes, and they found 3 black disposable kitchen gloves. And those gloves were also sent immediately to the crime lab. And one of the interesting things about the black disposable gloves when they got to the crime lab and they were analyzed, this is a picture taken at the crime lab, is that on the thumb of the gloves, there was a hole.
Mm-hmm.
There's also other holes in the gloves, and they found them. But on the thumb area of one of the gloves that the crime lab examined, they found a hole. And they also found blood, and that blood was later to be determined to be Laken Riley's blood on those gloves.
Wow.
So I've already told you about the geographic locations. They're all clustered. You can see in this map, the crime scene is at the top in the middle, called body crime scene. The dumpster where the items were found is marked Building S is right by the bus stop, and then Laken Riley lived further up, Millage Avenue, towards the top of this photo. But the distance between the Building S, which will become important, and Laken Riley's body is about 300 yards. The distance between the dumpster and Laken Riley's body is about 500 yards. And the distance between the dumpster and the bus stop and where the defendant lived, because he lived in that apartment complex, is about 150 yards.
Wow.
Everything is close together. So what happened next in the investigation is that the very next morning on Friday, February 23rd at 8:32 a.m. as ACCPD, again, is just looking out for anything. They had the bolo at that point. They encounter a person named Diego Ibarra. And Diego Ibarra is wearing a black Adidas hat that is some interest to them, which is they believe to be the identical hat that they had seen in the video the night before. And I will tell you this, on that hat that Diego Ibarra was wearing the next day is Laken Riley's blood. So their theory that that was in fact the same hat was absolutely correct. So they encounter Diego Ibarra. He gives them a fake green card. They know it's fake because it has two different dates of birth on it. And so they ask him to go back to his residence and they begin talking to him. UGAPD arrives and they begin to take over the scene. From the information that they had gotten from Diego Ibarra, they knew that hat was a hat seen in the video because of the proximity of the crime. And at some point, Diego began telling them he saw brothers in the house sleeping, and there were many communication difficulties at first because the first responding officers did not speak Spanish. No one in this apartment, D126, could speak English. So at some point, UGA brought two of their Spanish-speaking officers on scene, and the communication became a little easier. Officer Bridges, Officer Sand, both of whom are native speakers of Spanish, arrived and began taking over in the communications. When they get there, they are attempting to secure the residence for a warrant. And before they could do a security sweep to secure the residence for a warrant, Argenis Ibarra, who's in the middle in this slide, comes out with a garbage bag in his hand. He eventually gives officers consent to enter the residence. And when Sergeant Epps enters the residence, he sees Jose Ibarra asleep in the bed. And that is how he's been identified in this case. You will see there are 5 residents that lived in apartment D126. Jose Antonio Ibarra, this defendant, also goes by the name of Victor, which will be important because a lot of the communications within his phone and some of the witnesses just call him Victor. So Jose Ibarra is Victor. It is in fact the same person. Diego Ibarra is Jose's older brother, goes by the name of El Gocho, is a nickname that many people, including this defendant, call him El Gocho. Argenis goes by Manny, and Rosbelli Flores Bello goes by La Gorda, and then Juan Carlos Diaz Hernandez, they call Carlito. And I suspect the state will tell you right now, you're going to hear from Rosbelli in that residence. You will also hear that all the residents, Diego, Argenis, and Rosbelli, at least those 3, are currently in federal custody on some immigration issues. But we are going to produce Rosbelli to testify to the court about the things that she saw and observed that day. And it is Rosbelli who identifies Jose Ibarra from the dumpster video. The officers, when they saw Jose Ibarra that day, saw that he had many injuries to him. Scratches on his arm, scratches on his wrist, scratches on the back of his neck, scratches on his hands. And they photographed those injuries to him. And then they began to do an additional canvas of this entire apartment complex. There are multiple buildings in this apartment complex, A, B, C, D, and E. Multiple teams of agents began going around looking for cameras, talking to residents. What do they know? What do they not know? And one of the things that they found is that the Ibarras lived at D126. Right next to them is D125, and right next to D125 is D124. 124 had a ring camera. 125 had a still camera. And they went and collected videos from those two apartments. And importantly, on the day that Laken Riley was murdered, at 10:21 a.m., Jose Ibarra is captured on D124 coming out of his apartment with a bag, and now his clothes have changed. He's wearing different clothes than he was wearing about 40 minutes ago. And he has a bag in his hand, and he's walking towards a dumpster, another dumpster in their apartment complex.
Unreal, this guy.
And that
Unreal.
dumpster, by the way, had been emptied the day of the murder. So when the officers went to check that dumpster had nothing in it for them. But in the other,
Finger.
the next door neighbors,
Hey, CCTV.
still camera shot at 10:24 a.m., 3 minutes later, Jose Ibarra is walking back towards his apartment, empty-handed, nothing in his hand.
Wow.
So they searched the residence that
Thank God
day,
for
and they
criminals.
found a few things of significance. Number one, they found 3 more black disposable kitchen gloves, which were sent to trace evidence for plastics and polymer examination, and they concluded that they had originated from the same source as the gloves that were recovered in the bushes. They recovered 2 of the defendant's Samsung cell phones, which you will hear some evidence out of, but they also found no bloody clothing, no bloody anything, and the shirt and the satchel that you see the defendant wearing in the video, the dumpster video, were never found. They're not in that residence. So what other forensic evidence? The parties will stipulate to the prior Daubert hearing that this court has heard, so we will not be recalling the fingerprint evidence, but we will have a stipulation with the transcript and all of the exhibits that thumbprint, latent print that was on the phone was sent to ACCPD that night. And eventually, the digital image of that thumbprint on Laken Riley's phone was compared to Diego Ibarra, Argenis Ibarra, Rosbelli, and Juan Carlos, and they were all excluded. They didn't leave that thumbprint behind. And it was matched to this defendant, Jose Ibarra. It is Jose Ibarra's left thumb on Laken Riley's phone. And the analyst or the expert who did that analysis testified at the Daubert hearing. He showed the court 15 points of comparison that he found, and his results were peer reviewed by another examiner. They were peer reviewed blind, and she agreed with him. There's also DNA in this case, and you're going to hear about 3 different types of DNA: traditional, YSTR, and true allele. All true allele is
just a brainstorm.
Probabilistic genotyping, but it is a computer software program that deconvolutes or separates complex mixtures of DNA. That's what true allele does. But before you can go to true allele, you have to start with traditional DNA. So all of the items of evidence that you're going to hear DNA results from started with the traditional DNA. They were swabbed, they were amplified, they were quantified, all the things that you do with regular DNA. But we do have some regular DNA results in this case. First and foremost, the jacket. The jacket found in the dumpster has blood on it. And in the blood, the traditional DNA is Laken Riley's DNA and this defendant's DNA. And only the 2 of them, Jose Ibarra and Laken Riley's blood, are on the jacket that he dumped in the dumpster.
Rocket scientist.
The rocks and the trees from the crime scene, they were also processed for DNA, for latent prints, and for everything we got. But on the rocks in the tree, just Laken's DNA, Laken's blood on the rocks in the tree. They attempted at first, which is protocol, to do what's called YSTR DNA testing on Laken's fingernails. So both her left and her right hands were swabbed by the medical examiner in this case, and they were both sent to DNA for analysis. YSTR is a better fit for trying to separate male and females because only males have Y chromosomes. And so they attempted YSTR first, and they were successful. The problem with YSTR, and the officers did gather the DNA of Jose Ibarra, Diego Ibarra, and Argenis Ibarra. They are brothers, and blood brothers share the same paternal line, and they share the same YSTR profile, unless there's a genetic mutation. And what the lab found when they tested the fingernails of Laken Riley is that, first of all, the left hand, there's nothing. No DNA of any other person other than Laken. But on her right hand, there was male DNA. And for the YSTR testing that they tried first, Jose Ibarra could not be excluded as the donor of that YSTR profile, and neither could Argenis, because again, they're blood brothers. They share the same YSTR profile. But Diego could be excluded. And that's because Diego carries a genetic mutation that the lab was able to see, and he was able to be excluded as the donor of YSTR profile underneath Laken's nails. But after the YSTR was done, it was then sent to True Allele along with a lot of other items. And when True Allele tested, and the data was sent into the True Allele program, it didn't test it, but when the data was sent into the True Allele program, True Allele excluded Argenis as the donor. True Allele excluded Diego, who had already been excluded by STR anyway, but True Allele matched Jose Ibarra to the DNA underneath Laken's right fingernails, to this likelihood ratio, which I have before the court here, 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match. I will tell you the gloves that were tested, that's all just Laken's blood, the black gloves that were in the bushes. There's a straw that was tested, that is the defendant's blood. I want to talk to you about that a little later. And then the hat.
Look at what the hell he did to her. I mean, we don't need to see the picture. So again, I'm just going to say for anybody who's just joining us, trigger warning. It's pretty graphic. This guy. Oh, this guy.
The black Adidas hat is also Laken's blood. And then the jacket also did contact swabs. So in addition to the blood on the jacket, they did contact swabs that were sent to True Allele. And again, it's the defendant and Laken on the jacket. But importantly on this dark blue jacket, also Laken's hairs that were sent, that were wrapped around the button, were sent to trace evidence. They are consistent with Laken Riley's hair. And of course, it's consistent with her long dark hair and all the microscopic analysis on it. Her DNA is on that jacket. So,
you know, we were talking a little bit earlier. This guy, now I don't believe he's a citizen of the USA, and yet we're seeing a normal trial here, which is a little bit confusing for me. Does this mean that the US now, regardless, will be taking care of this guy until the end of his time? Wow, it should be like grizzlies. You know, you just relocate them, take them back where they should be. And I just hate to see this happening. This isn't the first story that we've heard of people without documents deleting. Women is the most I've heard. Deleting people and then just being treated as if they were an American. It's confusing to me.
There's really no need to do DNA on the hair because her DNA is already on the jacket in the form of blood, but they look microscopically at her hair and it's consistent with her hair. But the important thing they found about several of the hairs, I believe over 15 of them, is that they were forcibly removed from her head. They did do a sexual assault kit on Laken, and several things were tested. But the bottom line is her entire sexual assault kit was negative for male DNA. Her clothing was looked at with AP, P30, you'll hear about that. There's no semen present. However, her underwear was sent to the trace evidence section as well, where they concluded that her underwear had been forcibly torn. So the medical examiner, Laken was sent to GBI headquarters in Atlanta or Decatur, where Dr. DeMarco conducted an autopsy on her the very next day after her murder. What the medical examiner found is that Laken had a complex depressed skull fracture on the left side of her head, and she had 8 other lacerations on the left side of her head.
What?
Literally look like holes.
No.
She had a small subarachnoid hemorrhage on the right side of her head. No. And she had multiple abrasions to her face, her neck, and her torso.
Oh my God.
She also had what's called petechia in both eyes, which is consistent with some form of asphyxia. And asphyxia can come in many forms. It can be a drowning, but most importantly in this case, it can be a form of strangulation. It can be manual, it can be ligature, it can be all kinds of things. But what the medical examiner said in this case is that Laken Riley died as a result of the effects of blunt force trauma to the head and asphyxia in her legs, not otherwise specified. She can't really say if it was from chest compressions, maybe manual strangulation, but there was something going on in this struggle where this defendant deprived her brain of oxygen for long periods of time. And that was her cause and manner of death. But I want to talk to you about something that happened before, and it is count 10 of the indictment, and it is a peeping Tom. Shortly before
This is how they start.
7 a.m., Jose Ibarra is seen on a trail cam, and this is a version of the trail cam, or this is the angle you'll see.
You know, anything that I've learned over my years on this planet is they start with these things. They're either peeping Toms or raiding underwear or what have you. And then they start, you know, turning into flashers, and just, it's a fairly, most of these people follow the same route to get to where this guy is. And, you know, what he has done to her, that's horrible. That's absolutely freaking horrible. And yet he's saying, I'm innocent. Throw me in an American jail.
And you'll see an individual, and the state will be the first to tell you this video quality is not fantastic. But there's more than just this video. You'll see an individual wearing a dark hoodie, eventually a dark hat, black gloves, and holding a styrofoam cup. And UGA attempted to enhance this video. GBI Cyber attempted to enhance this video. This is about as good as it gets. You can see a bag. They've studied this video 1,000 times. You'll hear the things that they saw in looking at these videos. The male is seen on the trail cam exiting the defendant's apartment complex. That's how he gets onto the trail. It's further beyond outside the scope of this exact clip. But he gets on through a path from the defendant's apartment complex to this trail that leads onto campus. And this is Rogers Road. This is UGA Village housing for graduate students. And this is a bus stop that's used by students to take the bus to get to a class. At 7:01 a.m., this individual is seen at this door that you're going to see in the bottom or the middle of your screen. That's apartment 114. And in that apartment, 114, building S, lives a graduate student. She's an Indian national. Her name is Tejaswi Sarathi, and she is here at the University of Georgia.
Oh, look at
studying.
that. What a creep.
This defendant is seen trying to open her door at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Nope, I agree. Look at him. Jesus, Lord Murphy. Oh. What the hell? Just creepy. Oh, yikes.
And there's about an hour's worth of video that was watched by UGA PD that between 7:01 a.m. and 7:57 a.m. on the 22nd day of February 2024, about 70 minutes before Laken Riley is murdered, this defendant goes to the door of apartment 114 6 times.
Jeez.
Twice they can see on video that he attempts to open her door. And at one point, you'll see in the video where he ducks down. And that is because at some point, the student inside heard him at her door, and she approaches him at the door and says, "Excuse me." And she will testify to this court that when she said that, she's looking at her peephole, he ducks down. And you can actually see that on the video. And just here's a portion of her 911 call where she calls at 7:57.
I was in the shower and then I was in watching and I came to check that someone was saw the peephole. Someone was trying to open the door, and then I said, "Excuse me," and then they just ran away, and then now they kept trying to look through my window. Okay, and what's going on?
So she says she was in the shower and she heard her door jiggling.
All
And
right.
she said that somebody was at her door. She says, "Excuse me." He ducks down and he tries to look through her back window and does look through her back window. This is her back window. This is the backside of Building S, and this is exactly how it was that morning. This is body cam footage of Officer Bridges, who's one of the officers that responded. Her blinds are open wide. They're open, not only open, but they're pulled up more than halfway. The right side is her living room. The left side window is wide open. Her blinds were that morning. She said that's how she kept it because it was kind of a dark place, and it was more comfortable for her to have some lighting. And that's how her windows were. And she said when she turned around, she could see the person who she can't identify. And we'll be the first to tell you she can't identify him. She didn't get a good look at his face. He had that hat over his face. He had a hood on. She describes the clothing, dark hat, dark jacket. Didn't get a look at his face because when she looked through the peephole, he ducked down, but she could see him peeping into her window, looking into her window. So the FBI CAS team is a specialized team with federal government that analyzes digital evidence. And they were brought in this case to look at data from the defendant's phone, the victim's phone, cell phone records, all of these things. And some of the data that they got from the defendant's cell Samsung, one of them, which is 1B7, which you'll hear a lot from, is called Rubin data. And Rubin data is something that's collected by Samsung. And the FBI CAS team analyzed Rubin data, looked at the Rubin data in this case. And at the time of the peeping at Tasia Swee's apartment, the defendant's 1B7 phone is right over her house. And these are the digital points by the FBI. But also there is a white styrofoam cup. In the video, you could see black gloves and the white styrofoam cup of the peeping. This cup was found by UGA-PD as they were coming onto the trail to come to Laken Riley's scene. They thought it was unusual because there's no trash out there usually, and it's just sitting there. They collected the cup, and you can see in this next image, if you see where the retaining pond is in the middle of the screen, the cup is near there. So in between Building S, where Tasia Sweet lived, and in between where Laken Riley's body was found, was this white cup. That white cup was collected and sent to the crime lab at the GBI, and it is the defendant's DNA on the straw of that white cup in between the two crime scenes. So also out of his phone and out of his social media, the defendant, when he woke up that morning, kind of did us a huge favor and started taking pictures of himself. And here are the pictures that he took of himself and posted on Snap, and also can be found on his phone. And one was taken at 4:30 a.m. The second one was taken at 5:37 a.m. And you see in that one that he is wearing the black Adidas cap with the stickers on it, with the same jacket, with the hoodie. Also, he took pictures of himself wearing the same shirt that you see in the video of B32 and the bag that was never found that you see on the side of him in some of the videos taken on the day of Laken's murder. And also you can see from, again, D124 and D125, the day before the murder, he is wearing the evening before the murder. So this is the 21st at 9 p.m. He's wearing the same clothes. So in the end, Your Honor, that is a summary of the evidence that the case, summary of the evidence that the state has in this case. You will hear forensic evidence. You will hear digital evidence. You will see videos, all pointing to the same conclusion, that this defendant murdered Laken Riley, and he also peeped Tasia Swee's apartment. At the close of all the evidence, we are going to ask that you find him guilty on every count of this indictment, because the state will be able to prove every bit of it. And we ask that with your verdict, the close of the evidence, that you bring justice to Laken, Tasia Sweet, and this community. Thank you.
Is that or? Sure.
Thank you. I'll be over.
Sure.
Judge, the evidence in this case is graphic and it's disturbing. What happened to Laken Riley is graphic and disturbing, and it is a tragedy. The loss of any life that young and apparently full of promise is a tragedy. And I'm sorry that the family is having to go through this and be here for the presentation of this evidence. People have used this case for their own personal gain, financial gain, political gain. And while this process has its place for testing evidence, it's very poorly suited to healing hearts and minds. So it's the evidence that we have to talk about. And the evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered. The evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. The evidence that anyone had any intent or certainly committed any sexual assault is speculation. Most importantly, in this case, you'll hear no evidence that a sexual assault was committed. You'll hear nothing from the GBI, the FBI, UGAPD, ACCPD, that after looking at all of the evidence in this case, scouring for anything that could help prove this allegation in the state's indictment, that they found any biological evidence that would suggest that, any physical evidence that would suggest that. There's no injuries that are consistent with the sexual assault. And in this case, it's an effort to explain a tragedy, but it's not based on evidence. The evidence that Jose Ibarra
Are you kidding me already, buddy?
killed anyone is circumstantial.
Alrighty then.
The state's presentation in their
DNA
opening
is not circumstantial.
had a lot of
CCTV,
detail
not
about
direct.
information, again, that showed that this event happened. But upon a closer look at the evidence that links Mr. Ibarra to that event, it is lacking. You'll hear that his phone was in the area, and you'll hear that the cast team that ran the locations of this phone. And there is good evidence that the phone itself was in the area. What you'll also hear, though, is that when they looked into this phone, when they did a close examination of who was using this phone, it wasn't just Jose Ibarra. It was other people in that apartment who were using this phone. And that comes through an investigation into the accounts that were used through this phone, and also from people who met other people associated with this phone who had used the phone to message people. And so while the phone was there, that's true. It doesn't show that Mr. Ibarra was there. And you'll hear that Mr. Ibarra's fingerprint was on Laken Riley's phone. But you also hear that he was wearing gloves, supposedly. And that this hole that was supposedly in the gloves that they found would not have left that mark.
you'll hear that someone in that video, in the so-called dumpster video, was wearing an Adidas hat. That's true. When they find that hat, and specifically the hat that was tested in this case, it was worn by Diego Ibarra, not Jose Ibarra, Diego Ibarra. And you'll also hear.
So what are they
from the
throwing
state
like a
will ask
relative
you
under the bus now?
to consider different types of forensic evidence and to suspend your understanding of how that evidence is evaluated. Because while they will say that Mr. Ibarra's DNA was present at the scene, what they'll tell you is that without this software that we can't test, this proprietary software used by the GBI, without that, their expert wouldn't have been able to say whose DNA it was. She wouldn't have been qualified to testify about whose DNA that is. So they have to use a machine. And they're going to ask you to trust that machine where the human being isn't good enough. But with this fingerprint, they're going to ask you to trust a person because a machine isn't good enough. When they run those fingerprints through the database of fingerprints where they know Mr. Ibarra's fingerprint is, it doesn't come up. And so while a machine is good enough in one situation to try to convict Mr. Ibarra, it's not good enough in another. And it's this kind of gymnastics that it will take to tell the story with this circumstantial evidence. We waived a jury trial in this case with the hope and trust that despite the nature of this evidence, that you could come to a verdict that was not just a way of easing this family's suffering, but it was based on an impartial and honest assessment of the evidence in this case. If that happens and the presumption of innocence is respected, there should not be enough evidence to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ibarra is guilty of the crimes charged.
You may call your first witness.
State House Lily Steiner.
Bunch of BS going on there. Oh, yeah. I wonder if a judge sits there and just thinks, what do you think I am, a fool?
Where's this push going?
You know, you can't put things past a judge like you'd be able a jury. Not his DNA. Very good then. Not him on camera. They've got his thumbprint. And I bet there's more underneath inside the glove. I'll be interested to see what they have there.
Pull the Elmo. Thank you. Would you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you God?
I do.
Okay, please take a seat. Spell your first and last name for Madam Court Reporter, please.
My name is Lily Steiner, Lillysteiner.
How old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
And where do you live? Not your exact address, but what part of town?
Currently, I live in Canton, Georgia.
And what are you doing right now?
I'm working as a medical assistant.
Did you go to the University of Georgia?
I did.
And did you graduate?
I did.
When did you graduate?
Graduated in May 2024. this year.
While you were at the University of Georgia, where did you live and who did you live with?
My address was 1686 Village Avenue Extension, Athens, Georgia 30605. And I had 3 roommates, Conley Huth, Sophia Magana, and Laken Riley.
How long did the 4 of y'all live in that house together?
Connolly lived with me for 3 years, and then Sophia and Laken moved in. We lived in that house for 2 years. I lived with Laken at the time of her death for a little over a year and a half.
How would you describe your relationship with Laken?
We were roommates, but the term roommates is an overgeneralization of our relationship. We, our house was like a little family, and we called each other our family. We did everything together. We had family dinners, family TV nights and movie nights. Laken brought a sense of joy to all of our lives that has been missing ever since.
Let me, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Henry, what's been marked for identification purposes of states Exhibit 1. Do you recognize the person in States 1?
I do.
Who is it?
Laken Riley?
And does it fairly and accurately depict Laken as she appeared in life?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit States Exhibit 1, request permission to publish. No objection.
It's admitted, and you may.
So how old was Laken?
She was 22.
Where did she go to school?
At the time, she was going to Augusta College of Nursing, which had an Athens location.
What was she studying there?
Nursing.
Prior to attending Augusta College, had she attended the UGA?
Yes.
Okay. How long was she at UGA?
She was at UGA for 3 years before that.
Did you and Laken and your other roommates share each other's location?
We did.
Tell the court how you all did that.
So there's an app called Find My iPhone, Find My Friends, and you can request to have other people's locations, share your location with other people. So we did that with a lot of our friends.
Tell the court, where were you on February 22nd?
I went a few different places. That morning I was at our house, and then I ran a few errands, ended up back at our house, ran another errand, went back to our house.
Did you see Laken that morning?
I did not.
Okay. What time did you leave your house?
Around 9:30, I believe.
Okay. And when you left your house to go out, was Laken there or not there?
She was not there.
At some point, did you become aware that people were looking for Laken?
So I kind of had concerns of my own. When I left the house the first time, I wanted to go get coffee with Laken. I knew Laken was the only one who may have been home. Sophia was taking an exam and Connolly had class. And so I knew Laken might have been home. I went downstairs and I didn't see her sitting at her usual spot at the kitchen table. So I checked her location to see where she was. And I saw that she was on a run at on a trail that she typically ran.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes of States Exhibit 2. Do you recognize States 2?
I do.
What is states to?
This is a screenshot from the app Find My Friends of Laken's location.
And is that how it appeared when you checked it on the morning of February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit States Exhibit 2. No objection.
Two's admitted.
So sad. Her regular route, just a normal day.
And may I publish?
I mean, 22
Publishing
young
States
lady.
Exhibit 2. Could you tell the court what we're looking at here? Explain this to us. What is this?
Sure. So the LR is the initials of Laken Riley. You can see that at the bottom. And underneath her name is a rough just address, I guess, of where she was at. And then underneath that, it says now. This is the exact time of when her location, the way that it updated, it would say now. So that was her location at that exact time.
And is that what you saw when you first checked it?
Yes.
Now, where is that location? And is your house in here as well? And other people? We see other initials. CH, MC, whatever.
Yes. So CH is Connolly Huth. That is my roommate. And so her location right there is at our house. And then MC, that is one of my other friends who lived further down the street.
And LR was Laken Riley.
Yes.
And where is that location that you saw her? Are you familiar with that location?
Roughly, yes.
Yeah. And
yeah.
When you checked it, what about the first time you checked it? Approximately what time?
It was about 9:30 from what I remember.
So did you again check it again?
Yes. So when I got home from my first set of errands, and I saw that Laken still wasn't home. That wasn't unusual because it was only about an hour after I checked her first location. So I thought maybe she was just still on a run. Checked it a second time around 10:45, I believe. That's a rough estimate. And I saw that it was in the same location. That did raise some concerns. So I texted Laken and just was checking in on her, and then addressing Connolly in a group message. I said, she's been in the woods a while.
Exactly.
Did you have a cell phone service that day?
So that day there was an AT&T service outage. So I was not, I did not have service if I was not connected to the Wi-Fi at my house. So if I left the house, I was not able to communicate or receive any communication.
So where were you home then? Approximately what time did you get home when you realized that she had not left the woods?
That was about 10:45. And then I ended up leaving the house again because I still wasn't, I just thought she was still on a run and there was maybe she was on the phone or something.
And then what time did you return again?
I would say roughly 11:30. I'm a little less familiar with what exact time that was.
And when you got home at 11:30, was there anyone else home?
Yes. So I immediately pulled in and I saw Sophia standing outside with her dog. And I got out of the car and she just immediately said, can we go look for Laken? Yeah.
And did y'all do so?
We did.
And what did y'all do?
So scary.
So Sophia was a little bit more familiar with the trail. We walked down using her knowledge of the path that Laken would usually take on a run. And then when we got a little bit closer, we were using the Find My Friends app to kind of go directly to where her location was until we were standing kind of right around it.
When you were at the location where you felt that Laken was showing on her phone, did you see Laken?
We did not.
Did you see anything that you think may have belonged to Laken?
So when we were walking, Sophia noticed a lone AirPod that was sitting on the trail kind of right around where her location was. And she picked it up, kind of assuming that it was Laken's.
All right, now I'll ask Sophia about that. At some point, did you all return home?
We did.
Okay, when you got home, what did you do?
It wasn't shortly after that we got home that I called 911, or not 911, excuse me, the UGA Police Department.
Just so scary and so close to home, Dad,
Meaning was
right?
for identification purposes of states exhibit 3. Do you recognize states 3?
I do.
What is it?
It is the phone call that I made to the police.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of your 911 call that you made on February 22nd, 2024 at approximately 12:05 p.m.
It is.
when you reported Laken missing?
It is.
Statement moved to admit States Exhibit 3, request permission to publish.
No objection.
These kids will never be the same. And he looks bored. He just doesn't look like he's got too many cares in the world. You know, he's innocent. Jesus. That Find Your Friend is awesome.
Your Honor, did we have to
right?
toggle back over so that you could hear it? I don't know the system like that.
Yes, you do. If you
We
play
do.
the laptop.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. We'll see.
Yes, sir. Because I know it's playing, but I can't hear it.
Is that on HDMI? I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
12:05 seconds, February 22, 2024. Hi, we're calling because our roommate went out for a run at 9. She usually runs like through the Carrick behind grad housing, and we haven't heard from her. And we all just got like service back, so we don't think it has anything to do with the outage. We went to go look to where her last location was, and all we found was an AirPod.
Okay. Hold on 1 second for me.
Okay.
You said last seen near the IM fields?
It's like behind the IM field, so we live near like grad housing, like building 8, and so it's the woods behind there.
Okay, have you tried calling her since she just got service back?
Yes, we've been here. Her family doesn't have AT&T for the one with the power outage, so they've had service the whole time, and her calls have been ringing through. We're just not getting answers.
Okay, so where are you at right now?
I'm going to stop States Exhibit 3 at 1 minute in. Is somebody else also talking?
Yes. So I was
Tell me
having
what.
trouble explaining kind of where Laken's location was, just because I wasn't super familiar with that area. So Sophia McGon, my roommate, took my phone.
Okay, are y'all together when you're making this call?
Yes.
At our house on Millage Avenue Extension.
Okay, are you able to come? Hold on, let's see. Can you come, do you know where the intramural field parking deck is?
Yeah, we can go there.
Okay, can you go there and meet with officers? What's your name?
My name's Sophia Madonna.
And what's your friend's name?
The one, her name's Laken Riley.
12:07:43 seconds, February 22, 2024. What is your phone number?
The one that I'm calling you from is 678-756-0513.
What's your friend's phone number?
Okay, I'm going to ask you, do you remember Laken's phone number off the top of your head?
Kind of, but yeah.
Are you about to say it to 911?
Yes.
And is the number that you gave 911, was that Laken's cell phone number?
Yes.
That we're about to hear?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Let me look. 779.
Do you know if she has class or anything at this point?
She has a class at 1, so that's, we picked her nursing. She adapts to nursing school, and she does not miss class.
Twelve 08:43 seconds, February 22, 2024. How did you get her last known location? Was it from her phone?
Yes, it was updating, so that's why we're a little confused. Yeah, but we didn't see her phone anywhere when we went. But she hasn't moved for almost 3.5 hours now.
This poor girl.
When you call her, does it go straight to voicemail or does it just keep ringing?
It keeps ringing. I'm on my way to the INPS now.
Okay, that's fine. How long ago was it that you last called her?
I mean, like 5 minutes.
12:09:56, February 22, 2024. Okay, so what kind of vehicle are you going to be in so the officers know to look for? How did she get there? Did she run from your house there or did she take a vehicle there?
Yes, she runs the trail. Her car's still at our house.
Okay, we've got officers on the way, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Police, this is good.
Hi, my name's
So after you made that 911 call, what did you do?
I drove to the the intramural fields parking deck on UGA's campus to meet with the police.
And where did Sophia go?
So Connolly was in class. Sophia went to go pick up Connolly from class so that they could meet us at the Iron Fields with the police.
And did the three of y'all meet there?
Yes.
And were the police officers there?
Yes.
At some point, did a police officer ask you if you could show him the location of Laken as it depicted on your phone?
Yes.
And did you do so?
Yes.
And the thing that you showed him as it states Exhibit 2, what we've already looked at?
Yes.
How long did y'all have to stay there that day at the Iron Fields?
It felt like forever. I'm not sure of the exact amount of time, but maybe around 5 hours.
Oh, wow.
At some point, did the police ask you to show them the ring footage from your home where Laken had left out in the morning?
Yes, there were a few times that the police asked for different things, but I did show somebody at some point, yes.
Yeah, approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, the state's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And did you put your initials and date that thumb drive?
I did.
What is state's Exhibit 4?
This is the ring footage from our front door of Laken leaving that morning.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of that ring footage?
Yes.
They would move to mid states 4, request permission to publish.
No objection. I thought you had to be in shape to be a cop. Just saying.
Pause it quickly. Do you see, first of all, on States 4 that is now being published, the date and the time of this footage?
Yes.
Could you tell the court where is it and what is it?
It's in the bottom right corner.
And what's the date and what's the time?
February 22nd, 2024, 9:03 Eastern.
And who is that person that we see in States Exhibit 4?
That is Laken.
After 9:03 a.m., on the 22nd day of February. Did you ever hear from Laken again?
I did not.
Did you ever receive any text messages from her?
Not after 9:03. No.
Any calls from her?
No.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
I don't have any questions for this.
Will she be excused?
Yes, sir, and she would like to remain.
Poor kid, eh?
You call your next witness. Let me just call you, go ahead, do this now.
Sophia Magana.
Sophia Magana. My plan is.
Sure this is another really?
1 in the morning, 1 or so in the afternoon. I'll look for, this sort of in between. So just to let you all know that. If something needs to happen outside of that, let me know.
Yes, sir.
May we take one access witness, Your Honor?
That's not, that'd be my plan, I agree.
I think it's another relay.
Right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in a matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I
Great. If you could please take a seat. And I know you are soft-spoken. Can you please move that microphone right close to your mouth so that His Honor can hear you and that counsel for the defendant can hear you? It's really important that you be heard, okay? And Madam Court Reporter is very close to you as well. She has to be able to hear everything you're saying because she's taking it down.
Yes.
All right. Spell your first and last name, please.
SOFIAMAGANA.
How old are you?
I'm okay.
Okay, all right. What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher.
And what do you teach?
I teach special education, high school language arts.
How long have you been a teacher?
4 months.
Where did you go to college?
I went to the University of Georgia.
And did you graduate?
Yes, ma'am, in May.
Of this year?
Yes.
Where were you living at the time of your graduation?
I was living in a house off of Millage Avenue Extension.
Who were you living with?
Lily, Connolly, and Laken.
How long have you lived together?
I lived with them for 2 years.
I want to direct your attention to February 22nd, 2024. What were you doing that day?
I was taking my GACE exam for my certification.
How do you spell that?
GACE. As a teacher in the state of Georgia.
Were you allowed to have your phone with you when you took the test?
No, ma'am. I had to put it in a locker.
What time did you leave your house that morning to take the test?
Around 8:20.
When you left your house that morning, did you see any of your other roommates?
I saw Laken and Connolly before I left.
Where did you see them?
Connolly was on our couch and Laken was sitting at the table, and I spoke to them for a little bit.
When you left out, where did you go for the test? Was it on campus or elsewhere?
It was on campus. It was in Clark Hall.
How long were you there taking your test?
I got there around like 8:45 and I left maybe around 11:15.
When you completed your test, what happened?
I got my stuff, I got back in my car, and I drove back to my house because I didn't have service, so
When you say service, you didn't have what service?
phone service.
And why didn't you have phone service?
Because AT&T had the outage that morning and my provider is AT&T.
So what happened when you were eventually able to get service back on?
I got back home, and when I got service, I had some text from Connolly, my roommate, asking me to check around the house to see if I saw Laken anywhere. And then once I got into the house, I got a phone call from Connolly and from Lauren.
Who's Lauren?
Lauren's Laken's younger sister.
Well, after you got the call from Connolly and from Lauren, did you look for Laken?
Yes, I looked for her around the house and outside, in her car, kind of everywhere, every room, every corner, a few times, and I didn't see her.
What did you do after that?
I grabbed my dog and I decided to check her location on Find My iPhone, and then got my dog on his leash and started heading out to go towards her location.
Did you go alone? Did someone else besides your dog
No.
go with you?
Champ came with me, and then my roommate Lily.
Champ is your dog?
Yes, ma'am.
So where did y'all walk and about how long did it take you to get there?
We walked down the trail that was like off the road, so it took us about no more than 15 minutes, so I'd say maybe 10 to get to where we got.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you 3 exhibits at the same time. State's Exhibit 5, State's Exhibit 6, and State's Exhibit 7. Starting first with State's Exhibit 5, do you recognize that overall photo?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a map of the trail.
The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 5. No objection.
5 submitted.
State's Exhibit 6 and 7, can you look at both of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize both of those?
Yes, ma'am.
What
The
are they?
pictures I took when I found an AirPod.
And were they fairly and accurately depict what you saw on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
State would move to admit States 6 and 7, request permission to publish. No objection.
6 and 7 are admitted, and that was about 6 and 7.
And may we toggle back over, Your Honor?
Yes.
Starting first with State's Exhibit 5, and I have a pointer that I think you could use that has a laser on it. No, but no one will be able to see that. Your Honor, can you see the screen if she uses a pointer?
I can, I've got, you got the other pointer? Okay.
And that's probably gonna be better right
I think she's got it, yeah.
now. If you could show, His Honor, what direction did you and Champ and Lily go, and where were you when you found an AirPod?
So we started here, and then right about here
At the end of the,
at Millage, where it
Millage
turned
Avenue?
into a sidewalk.
okay,
We got to the sidewalk, and then there's the train tracks like right here, and there's a little like trail that's just been walked over a lot. So we went down the trail, and then crossed over the train tracks, and then walked this all
around the
way.
retaining pond?
Yes,
On
ma'am,
the side of it?
around the retaining pond.
All right,
Can I stand up?
you may stand with the court's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. But keep your voice up so Madam Court Reporter can hear you.
Okay, so we walked here, and then this is where like the main trail starts. So we got over here. There's like a turn. So we took the curve and we stopped right about there.
Okay, so when you say there, is there a trail there?
Yes, ma'am. It's all a trail.
And
paved
that's
trail.
on the top right part of State's Exhibit 5. For the record, I'm just making a record for the court. Okay. Where within the trail, was it on the side of the trail, the middle of the trail, where within the trail did you find the iPod? AirPod, sorry.
The AirPod was towards the left-hand side, but still on the trail.
And showing you, first of all, how did you find the AirPod?
Champ was sniffing a lot, and so I looked down because he was really fixated over a specific area where I kind of had stopped, and he was pulling, and then when I looked over, I noticed there was like a white AirPod, so.
Right, State's Exhibit 7, what are we looking at there? And can you see the AirPod?
Yes,
Can you point to it for the court?
it's right here.
The bottom of this photo.
Yes, ma'am. That's where I found the AirPod, or where it was when we got it.
And you said this is State's Exhibit 6. First of all, do we see Champ in State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, ma'am. He's right here.
All right, in the corner, the left corner of the photograph.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could use State's Exhibit 6, show us within the trail where you found the AirPod.
The AirPod was about right here.
Okay, where your shadow is?
Yes, ma'am.
Or a shadow of a person?
Yeah, my shadow.
Okay, thank you. While out there, did you see Laken?
No.
When you found the AirPod, did you look at it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you think it was Laken's?
I did.
And why did you think it was Laken's AirPod?
She always had a little bit more wax on her AirPods, so I noticed the earwax.
And was it also, did she have, what color were her AirPods?
They were white.
So did you collect it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you eventually give it to the police?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 8. And I'm just gonna ask you to look inside this bag for me, and I'm gonna ask you a series of questions.
Okay.
Look inside
That's
that bag, and
unbelievable,
recognize what
Dandy.
is inside State's Exhibit 8.
Unbelievable.
What is it?
Your AirPod.
Is that the one that you picked up
Here you go,
on the
guys.
22nd day of February, 2024, that you gave to the University Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
And is it
ma'am,
in the
love
same or
that.
substantially same condition?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 8, request permission to publish.
Eight submitted and you may publish.
I just feel bad for these kids. I'm so glad they didn't find her.
After you found the AirPod, Ms. Magana, what did you do?
I took the pictures first just to remember. And at that point, I picked it up and I turned around to Lily and I told her we were going to walk back to call the police because we both didn't have service.
And did y'all do that?
Yes, ma'am, we
And
did.
then where did you go after the police were called?
I went to go pick up my roommate Connolly from her class, and then I met Lily with Connolly at the IM field deck.
And when y'all were at the IM field deck, did the police respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you tell them the information that you had gathered?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Magana, did you receive any text messages, any calls, or any communication with Laken Riley after 9:03 a.m. on the 22nd day of February 2024?
No, ma'am. My last text from her was at 9:02.
May I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have any questions, just witness.
Yeah, I can agree with that, Dandy.
Yes, sir, and she would also like to remain.
They've got to be ready for a break here, I would think.
10-minute recess.
10-minute recess. I see that coming.
I'm gonna go in there. When things settle, I'm gonna take them.
That's just do 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 do. Oh. They're back. Holy smokes, he doesn't look like a happy camper.
Okay. I'm told that they are already aware of the motion and
I'll go back a bit. Okay. I agree, Christy. He has no lips.
autopsy or crime scene photos involving the victim, if the victim is present. Okay? Thank you. And your next witness is?
Kevin McCreevy. And may you please toggle back over, Your Honor?
Sure.
Who is this guy?
Can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear from the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please
Oh.
take a seat. Spell your
Cop.
first and last name, Madam Court Reporter.
My name is Kevin McGreevy. First name is spelled Kevin. Last name is McGreevy. V as in Victor.
What do you do for a living?
I'm the training coordinator at the Athens Clarke County 911 Center.
Okay.
As the training coordinator, first of all, how long have you worked there?
31 years.
31 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the way that the Athens Clarke County 911 Center receives, records, and maintains 911 calls?
I am.
As the coordinator also, are those 911 calls kept in the ordinary course of business?
They're stored on a server which is secured in a key card access only area.
I want to ask
wonder how long
you
they keep
about
that for.
two
Ever?
particular 911 calls. But before I do that, if a person is calling 911 from the University of Georgia campus, could you tell the court how does that happen? Because does it come into you? Does it go to UGA? If a person were to call 911 from the campus?
Okay. University of Georgia has its own 911 center. It's a PSAT, Public Safety Answering Point. So any 911 call on campus that is placed from a landline, it goes to UGA's 911 center. If there's a 911 call from somebody on campus with a cell phone, that's going to come to our center. And once we determine the issue is occurring on campus, we will transfer the call to UGA PD.
Wonder if they're equally trained.
I'm handing you several documents in thumb drives. I'm just gonna stay with you until we go through them, if you don't mind.
He does. He looks bored to shit.
9, you recognize that?
No cares.
What is it?
It is a business record certification that I signed in reference to 911 call recorded.
And is it a 911 call recording that came into ACCPD on the 22nd day of February 2024 at 9:11 a.m.?
Yes.
State of United States Exhibit 9.
Okay. Not submitted.
Can you tell us for the record what phone number, when a person calls 911, you all capture the phone number?
Yes, the phone number.
And what was the phone number that made that 911 call at 911?
77077.
So Laken, I'm thinking.
10, what is that?
This is a copy of the phone call.
The one made at 911?
Yes.
And you listened to that prior to today, and is it a fair and accurate recording of that 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
State of United States Exhibit 10.
10 submitted.
States Exhibit 11.
Okay, this is a business record certification. This is a printout of a CAD call. CAD being an acronym, Computer Aided Dispatch. It's the computer system that we use in the 911 center.
And what is the date and time of the 911 call that CAD is referring to?
February 22nd, 2024 at 7:57 a.m.
And did that call actually first come into ACCPD?
It was a cell phone call. It was answered by our center. We transferred it to UGAPD.
So it did start with you first?
Yes.
States Exhibit 12, you recognize, State of Minnesota, States Exhibit 11.
Any objection to 11?
The campus has its own 911
This is
center.
757 call.
That's surprising to me.
States Exhibit 12.
11 submitted.
Thank you.
Okay, 12 is a copy of the 911 call audio recording.
From 7:57 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of that 911 call?
It is.
You're under the State of Minnesota, States Exhibit 12.
Any objection to 12? Certification, I think 12 is the recording itself. Is that correct? Yeah, I got it. Okay. No objection.
Admitted? Okay. And then there are two additional exhibits that are stipulated by the parties. So this would be our first stipulation. It's marked States Exhibit 13. It is signed by myself and counsel for the defendant. And it is a stipulation that reads as follows. The 911 call made by Laken Riley's telephone on the 22nd day of February 2024 at 9:11 a.m. was sent to the FBI laboratory.
Are you serious?
The audio call is consistent with a 911 recording, and analyst Alicia Hiller used a multimedia processing procedure in an effort to enhance the call. Ms. Hiller noted there is a constant STEM system noise present in the background throughout the recording. Occasional impulsive and rustling noises are heard in the background, as well as intermittent sounds consistent with birds chirping, or bird in parentheses. There are a few areas that may contain voice or voices at approximately 22 seconds, 48 seconds, and 55 seconds. The potential areas of speech are unclear. A musical sound of some sort is also heard in the background at 25 seconds, mostly overlapping with the dispatcher's voice. So that is a stipulation by the parties, which is States 13. And then finally, States Exhibit 14 is a copy of the enhanced 911 call. And so for the purposes of this witness, we have agreed, so the court won't have to hear
We've got
this
snow
twice for the
coming.
record. We are going to play the enhanced version by the FBI for the record at this time, which would be States Exhibit 14, which I would need to agree at this time and request permission to publish.
Do y'all want to be heard on 13 or 14?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There is a stipulation. I'll hear it.
So what do you guys think? Do you like it
So
when it's judge
now,
or
for
judge
the
and
record,
jury?
We'll publish States Exhibit 14, which is the enhanced 911 call made at 9:11 a.m.
Or is there a place for both?
Clark County 911. Hello, this is Clark County 911. Hello, Clark County 911. Can anyone hear me?
So sad. I don't know what that high-pitched noise was. They got his voice at least. What is that sound?
Clark County 911.
Who would marry? I'm sorry, guys. What's that
Mr.
sound?
McKee, I want to ask you about this 911 call. You told us what time it came in, and we hear an enhanced version of the call. Did 911 hang up on the caller, or did the caller hang up on 911?
The call was ended by the caller's phone.
After the call was ended by the caller, did dispatch attempt to call the caller back?
Yes,
And what happened to that call?
no answer.
Wow.
I want to publish just the first part of States Exhibit 12, which is the 911 call at 7:57 a.m. that you all then transferred to UGA, okay? And so with court's permission, publishing parts of States 12. The remainder for the record, Your Honor, of States 12 will be published through the witness, Seriously, Sarah Watt.
Clark County 911. Hello, I think someone's trying to break into my apartment. Okay, what's your address? 310 Rogers Road, building F114. All right, you're on UGA campus, hold on. Yeah. Let's put you directly over. University 911, what location of your emergency?
Clark County Recorder. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so is that the transfer that we just heard at 30 seconds or 31 seconds in the State's Exhibit 12?
Yes.
That's ACCPD transferring to UGA?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I am putting back with Madam Porter, State's Exhibit 11, 12, and 14. May I have one member of council?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Mr. McGreevy, just very briefly, I understand that your job requires you to maintain the records and control of the 911 call center, right?
Partially.
And but just to be clear, you weren't working the phones that morning, February 22nd.
That's correct.
You weren't hearing these calls when they came in at the time.
That is correct.
Okay. And then you all were asked to submit that the 911 call to the FBI for possible enhancement?
We were not asked to submit it to the FBI. We were requested to provide it to prosecute.
Okay. But you all don't have that capability?
We do not do that. We don't do enhancements.
And then and any analysis of the phone from which the 911 call originated at 9/11.
You know, I can't say that really surprises me. You know, kids are at that age, they're drinking heavily after classes a lot of times and the weekends. And, you know, the girls are going from place to place without any kind of fear. It's almost like like a hunting ground for a lot of these guys. They figure they are easy targets, and in a lot of aspects, they really, really are.
Morning. That would be done somewhere else. Y'all don't do that.
Has nothing to do with this.
That's all. Thank you.
No, sir. May be excused.
Any objection to excusing McGreevy?
No objection.
You're excused. You may call your next witness,
Call Sergeant Maxwell.
and I'll remind media of the instructions for this witness regarding displays.
I'm not sure either, Crispy. The cop.
Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self and God?
Yes.
Please take a seat. Spell the first and last name for Madam Court Reporter.
My name is Kenneth Maxwell. First name is Kenneth. Last name Maxwell.
Where are you employed?
The University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
About 9.5 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
Right now, I'm a patrol sergeant, so my job is to oversee a group of anywhere from 5 to 15 officers of daily tasks, answering calls for service, things like that, paperwork, administrative sides as well.
If you could do me a favor and just adjust your microphone just a little bit. I'm having a tiny bit of problem hearing you, and I'll make sure they can hear you at this table to my left. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Now, much better. Yes. Are you a post-certified officer?
I am.
Were you working on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
Did you all receive a certain call for a missing person named Laken Riley?
Yes.
Please tell the court the date and approximate time of the call and what you did and once you heard the call.
All right. So I believe the call came out on February 22nd at about 12:06 in the afternoon. It went out to another officer, Officer SPO Speller. He's one of the individuals that I oversee day-to-day operations for. When I heard the call come out, missing persons, or I guess people who are not like returning phone calls and things, aren't entirely uncommon. But anytime they come in, and as a supervisor, it kind of perks our ears up. So I started following the call and figure out what was going on and dispatched myself towards that call at the same time to just see what resources may be needed to help begin whatever was going to come from that.
Did you meet with the 911 callers?
Yes.
Where did you meet them and when?
I met them at the entrance to the intramural fields deck, and that would be approximately 17 hours when they were speaking with SPO Speller.
And did they provide you with any data that you were able to use in an attempt to locate Laken Riley?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
They showed me a screenshot, or I guess it was just where they were tracking her phone on some app. I'm not entirely sure which app it was. So I asked them to screenshot that and send it to my email, which I then sent out to other officers who were working so that we could kind of have an idea of where we might begin the search.
Tell us a little bit about that area, the intramural fields and the trails behind it. Are you familiar with them working for the police department?
Yes, very much so.
Tell us about it.
Front part of it's basically just a bunch of open sports fields. It is open for different collegiate type intramural activities. There's a big parking deck in the middle, which is where we met with the caller. And then towards the back, you get to the tennis courts and Redcoat practice marching band. And then on the back side of that is a large wooded area that's maintained by the university as well.
And that large wooded area, is that large wooded area located in Athens, Clarke County, Georgia?
Yes, it is.
So what did you do once you obtained the location data?
Once I had the screenshot, I got back in my patrol vehicle and I drove to the back of the intramural fields where the trails begin. Based on where the screenshot was showing the phone was pinging, I kind of had a rough idea of how I was going to get there. At the same time, another officer arrived on scene and I directed them to go from the opposite side of the trail that I was going to enter in from.
And how did you have an idea of where the screenshot was coming from?
One, I'm relatively familiar with the trails. When I was on bike unit, we used to ride back there every so often, but I also use things like Google Maps as well to kind of see the actual layouts of the individual trails.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing what's already been admitted into evidence. It states Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
So this is the large retention pond that's towards the backside of where one of the trails are that back up to the backside of the Rogers Road University Village housing.
And using State's Exhibit 5, could you show the court in which way you entered the intramural fields and trails?
Roughly, so the direction.
Well, yeah, do it that way because we've already talked over it. If you could show the court,
Yes.
the court.
Roughly, I would have entered from this upper area side of the trail.
Lift it up so you can see it.
There is a bridge that connects over Lake Herrick, and I would have entered in from this side. And then Corporal Bridges came down this trail here, which hooked up from the actual roadway on the backside. So I had him coming from this side. I was coming from the other side so that we can meet in the middle.
Once you entered the fields, how long did you have to search the fields?
I think I searched for approximately 21-ish minutes.
And what were you looking for?
Pretty much anything that would give us an idea of, one, if she was indeed missing, or sometimes individuals may just get hurt. I think while I was also en route, I had asked them to check, dispatch to check hospitals and things like that, because sometimes people get hurt out there. So pretty much any signs that she may have been out there or anybody was out there just kind of acting weird. I think I also had them screenshot a picture maybe from social media to send to my email. So I had a rough idea of what she looked like. Because there's also times where we just have people who just are like, oh, I just come out here and unplug myself and I don't want to talk to anybody. So at that point, we still didn't really know what we were dealing with.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Henry, what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize State's 15?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe this should be some of my Axon footage from the day.
When you were searching for Laken Riley, were you wearing your department issued body cam, Axon body cam?
Yes, I was.
And did it record your actions that day?
It did. I turned my camera on as I entered the bridge to go over into the trails.
And the State's Exhibit 15 contain a fair and accurate recording of your body cam footage on the 22nd day of February 2024.
Yes.
The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 15 and request permission to publish.
15 submitted.
And Your Honor, as what we did for the hearings that we had on this case, State's Exhibit 15 contains about 2 hours worth of body cam video, which the state does not intend on playing all 2 hours. But the other side is welcome to play whatever parts they want to play of the body cam video. And again, when we are referring to State's Exhibit 15 or any Axon body cam, we're going to be using the UTC timestamp in the top right corner of the screen for records purposes, so that they will know what we're talking about. Because there are two different timestamps on these videos, and we want to use the Axon timestamp. So for the record, Sergeant Maxwell, I am publishing States 15. If you could tell us, yes, sir.
So I suspect what we're about to see is the victim's body there. I'm going to offer for anyone that's here to step out if you want to do that. I'll pause and allow you to do that.
May I have one moment?
Maybe more difficult.
That was good of the judge. Fair enough.
Your Honor, thank you for that opportunity. A few people have left, but the others are insisting upon staying, and I have cautioned them to refrain from any statements about it. One more moment. If you could, Sergeant Maxwell, using the top right hand of State's Exhibit 15, tell the court our date and time here. I'm going to make you do the UTC conversion.
So it looks like at the top right, it's going to be February 22nd and then 1721, which would translate to, let's see, sorry, I'm on midnight, so my brain kind of acts weird, but about 5:21 according to that.
Okay, so that's UTC. So back it up 5 hours, 12:21 p.m. I'll help you out since you were on midnights. Okay, so 12:21 p.m. is when you start hitting the trails. And what is it that we see right in front of you? First of all, do you have your cell phone?
Yes, so I was pulling up the screenshot of the location as well as Google Maps. And then this is the bridge that I took to cross over to Lake Carrot to actually start the trails on the other side.
We can see the wooded area as the video is playing, but just tell us about the woods back there in general.
Oh yeah, now it's showing.
So in general, they're pretty well traveled trails. There's some very kind of more clearly marked ones that are wider that are about the size that vehicles could easily drive on them. But then there's also some connecting trails that, bicyclists or pedestrians mostly would use.
Now we just heard audio for the first time at 17:22. Why did the audio just now come on?
So we have a 30-second buffer to when we activate the camera. So it captures 30 seconds prior to activating the camera, but it's only the video, it's not the audio.
So what I'm going to do is fast forward a little bit. And again, anyone can play whatever parts they want to of this. And I'm going to go to 17:28, which is 5:28 p.m. for the record on State's Exhibit 15. And we are going to start to play it from there. But tell us now where you are in the intramural fields or that area.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be back further on one of the larger trails that circles from the back. On the picture from earlier, it would have been the main trail that circled from the Redcoat Practice Band directly back from Lake Erer Drive.
Can you see that trail in State's Exhibit 5?
I believe so. Let's see.
Can you show the court on State's Exhibit 5 where you are now?
Yes, so it should be right around here near the bend of this trail.
All right. So you're looking at your phone again?
Yes. Negative. Y'all can stop calling for now.
Who were you talking to at 12:29?
Was speaking to my dispatch. When I first stepped into the wood line, I asked them to begin calling her cell phone so I could hear some kind of an audio alert to where her phone may be. I didn't hear anything, so I told them to go ahead and turn it off to try to preserve battery.
I want to stop right here at 12:29. Can you see the running trail from where you're at?
But yes.
Back to, so we can get oriented. Show us where it is when I stop again.
Negative. Y'all can stop calling.
Okay, do you see it?
Yeah, so it's going to be on my right-hand side. I'm kind of walking parallel to it in the wood line right now.
And can you just point to it on the screen?
Yes.
All right. At the top right-hand corner, almost where the timestamp is?
Correct. For now. I'm currently in 8.5 is where the phone last pinged.
So approximately how long did it take you to find her?
From the original call, it would be about 21 minutes. From this area, once I was on the field, looks like it would have been closer to about 7 or 8 minutes.
How would you describe that vegetation?
It's not really super thick necessarily, but there are a lot of vines and thorn bushes and things like that that kind of interweave. Not super difficult to walk through, but it was catching my uniform every now and then.
And how would you describe the lighting out there?
The lighting was pretty decent. It was the sun was up. I'm not sure if it was completely cloudless, but not overcast.
I am going to fast forward on State's Exhibit 15 to 12:34. Do you see that in the right-hand corner? And do you see the running trail on State's Exhibit 15 at this point?
Yes.
Is that what you're facing?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
All right, so it's more this way. Look at that, I'm too close. A little bit further in. It's more at that bend.
You know what? That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, what? Hang on. Okay, sorry. I'm eating Aero chocolate bar and it was stuck in my mouth. So yeah, he has not been interested in anything the whole time, and all of a sudden his eyes are peeled. It's like, oh my God. These criminals. The chocolate's through the roof of my mouth. I am such a kid.
Been boarded. No.
Exactly, Reese. Exactly. It's disgusting.
Oh, shit. To the university, I found it.
Oh.
Ma'am. Oh. I need EMS immediately to the location where the phone pings.
Look at him.
Ma'am. She's down, she's not breathing. Potentially been attacked. Starting CPR now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
30 of them now? Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Sorry. Did I see a smile on his face?
Ma'am. She's down, she's not breathing.
Yeah.
Potentially been attacked. Starting CPR now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I'm not getting any volts. She's stiff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. That's what you exact. 1, 2, go back through, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Take over.
Okay.
Looks like blunt force trauma to the head or shirt has been removed above her breast. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24. Far side, if you look at the ping, we're exactly where that phone was pinging at.
I'm gonna look it up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm going to stop it right here at 12:40 for the record, states 15. Let me ask you a few questions, Sergeant Maxwell. First and foremost, we hear a whistle. Is that you whistling?
Yes, ma'am. It's my patrol whistle. We always keep it on our uniforms.
Why are you whistling?
To help other responding units figure out where we're at.
We heard you describe it, but tell us for the record, when you observed Laken Riley, first of all, how would you describe her clothing?
So it appeared that her clothing, at least her shirt, had been removed to up above her breast. It did not look as if something had like unintentionally happened, as if, you know, somebody falls and has a wardrobe malfunction. It looked more intentional, as if somebody had attempted to either remove her top or maybe had used it to drag her.
At some point, did you all have to remove her top?
Yes.
In order to continue CPR?
Yes.
How did y'all do that?
We have, at least some of us carry some shears on us, trauma shears, so we use those to cut off her clothing.
And who is that other officer that we now see in the video with you?
That's Corporal Mason Bridges.
And the two of you are, I see, were working together with CPR?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, does EMS arrive?
Yes, they do.
And at some point, do you all have to physically move her body?
Yes, I believe it was before EMS showed up. It was when Athens Clark County Fire showed up. And they suggested that because she was laying in a more of a divot, that it would be better to move her to the side for better compressions.
Okay, and I could see you and Officer Bridges there. Were either one of you wearing gloves?
No.
Oh, wow.
You
That's
okay? You
unusual.
okay? Okay, let me know.
No gloves. Wow. Brutal.
And when you first saw her, was she covered by anything, or how would you describe how she was when you first saw her body?
Yes, she was laying slightly on her side, and it appeared that she had some leaves and other vegetation that had been placed on top of her.
Unreal. This guy doesn't show any type
Go to
of
Laken,
mark.
next left. Take a left at the Laken and take another. Go to the left, take a left. Just keep going left. I'm blowing my whistle, so you should be able to hear it.
Yeah, he's not feeling bad about his actions at all. You know, I wonder why that would be. Why would that be? In a case like this, why are they not seeking the DP? It makes no sense to me at all.
We'll try to fast forward a little bit. And that's 17:32.
Shears, I'll keep going. You got it? Keep going. Okay. Keep going. Shears, head trauma? Yeah, looks like right there.
Call for help. Remove pads from package in back of unit. Apply pads to patient's bare chest as shown. Apply pads to patient's bare chest as shown.
Okay, now.
Apply pads to patient's bare chest as shown. Apply
Okay,
pads
push it that way a little bit.
to patient's bare
Pull it that way just a bit.
chest as shown.
Reverse to apply pads now.
Apply pads to patient's bare chest as shown. Analyzing interrupted. Do not touch the patient. Analyzing heart rhythm. Do not touch the patient.
Yeah, run south where I ran in. 45 no shots advised. To touch the patient. Beginning CPR now.
Hey, I need you to scream for those officers. Hey, you know where we are. Walk over there and get them over here. Okay, you're okay. You're okay.
For 1 minute 45 seconds.
What do you mean you want to cut her shirt? Go ahead, try to get it off.
That person that you all were just talking to at 1744, 1244, who was that person?
That was one of our interns.
So she is with y'all.
Yeah, she was riding with Corporal Bridges that day.
Continue. Continue for 1 minute 30 seconds. Continue.
So why is it that you all had to cut the clothes as we just saw, as opposed to just taking the clothes off?
I believe when Sergeant Epps arrived, he attempted to take them off, but they were really tight, bound up, basically, to make it so it was very difficult, as well as some of her extremities were starting to become stiff.
Continue for 1 minute 15 seconds.
You got the wire. You got the wire. Look at that.
Continue. Continue for 1 minute. Continue.
Is that everything?
Continue for
Sergeant Epps, did you notice anything about Laken Riley's clothes beneath her waist?
Yes, so she had on a pair of like running leggings, and it looked like in the front side, her underwear was bunched up towards the top end.
Was her navel exposed?
Yes.
45
That's what we
seconds.
got. On. Give those head. Give those head. Get those head. Get those head.
Continue. Continue for 30 seconds.
And can we see that now in the underwear as you described it at 1745 for the record, 1245?
Yes, in this direct frame, I think my cord from my whistle is covering it, but any frame to the side should be able to.
Okay, you see her underwear in that? Please point to it for the court.
So down here is kind of peachish or tan in color.
Sticking out of the pants in the middle of the frame? Yes? Is it in the middle of the frame?
Oh,
for the
yes,
record?
yes.
Thank you. And that's at 1745 for the record.
Continue. Continue for 15 seconds.
Look out. Look out.
Continue for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop CPR. Analyzing interrupted. Do not touch the patient. Analyzing heart rhythm. Do not touch the patient.
Wow. Can you imagine these
Analyzing.
families? I'm going to
I'm going to
delete
move
that,
a little
guys.
bit
I just thought I'd talk
into,
about
I'm going to fast forward a little bit until you move her. And so for the record, I'm going to go about 3 minutes ahead. And since I am jumping ahead, instead of playing all 3 minutes, could you just tell the court what happens in the 3 minutes before y'all move her?
So we continue to rotate back and forth between AED instructions and giving compressions. During this time, Athens Clarke County Fire Department will have shown up as well.
Who is the other officer that has arrived from your police department that we see?
So Sergeant Epps will have been that officer.
So at this point, then it's you, Sergeant Epps, and Officer Bridges.
Yes.
Now, do not touch the patient. Analyzing heart rhythm. Do not touch the patient.
I'm at 1748 for the record.
Analyzing. No shock advised. It is safe to touch the patient.
Negative.
Begin CPR now.
Start. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5, 6, we've been doing it for a while now. 10, we've had it up and around. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
For 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Who found her? I did.
Continue. Continue for 1 minute.
Yeah, we got that on her. 3 times in check, no shock advised. Okay, hey, we need to pull her up onto some flat ground. Get better compression.
Continue for 1 minute.
1, 2, 3. Get that. That's under. We got, hey, short tape.
Continue.
Next door,
Continue for 1 minute.
taking over CPR. Do we have somebody with crime scene tape? We need to start going around here. Yeah. Go ahead and get a BB. Let me grab those back.
And so now at 1750 or 1250, is that when fire took over CPR?
Yes.
Is this location where you found Laken Riley's body in Athens, Clark County, Georgia?
Yes, it is.
After fire takes over CPR, what do you do?
So at that point, I suspected that this wasn't an accident based on the circumstances in which she had been found. So I started communicating with Sergeant Epps that we need to begin setting up a perimeter to preserve any evidence because I believe
Damn deep.
What perimeter y'all set up?
So we set up a pretty wide perimeter from that location outwards. I'm not sure exactly how far it was, but I myself went up to the more northern side of that main trail that I had walked in on, and I stood there until I was relieved.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I'm gonna just take out states 15 and leave out non-court order. How long did you stay on the scene that day?
I was there, let's see. In my narrative, I think I have until about 3:20 in the afternoon when I was relieved by another officer at that perimeter. But I was on scene for at least a couple more hours.
That's all I have, Your Honor. I'll pass this.
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
You want to replay any of this?
I'm not.
Okay, I'm gonna, if somebody will let them know, if anybody wants to come back in, they can do that. I'll leave that up to them.
You don't have to. Thank you, Judge. And Judge, I'll try to keep this brief. Is it Sergeant Maxwell?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When you arrived on the scene, Miss Riley's pants were on, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. They were pulled up above the waist?
To the waist, yes.
Okay. And the only thing that you noticed about her pants was that her underwear was up above her waistline. Is that right?
Correct. It was bunched up in the front.
Okay. And that her shirt was pulled up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the way that I heard you describe it on direct was that it could have been removed. Is that right, by someone?
It appeared to me as if somebody may have attempted to remove it. That's where it had been lifted up.
Or had used it to drag her. Is that right?
Potentially.
Okay. Did you notice any blood stains around her ankles?
I did not.
Okay. Did you notice any injuries to her ankles?
I did not.
Okay. Could this shirt have also come up if she were dragged by her feet?
I would have to speculate, potentially.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge of how the shirt was pulled up. Is that right?
No.
Okay. And how far off of the trail would you say she was when you found her?
At least 50 feet.
Okay. And it wasn't obvious when you started looking for her, it wasn't obvious where she was.
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the area surrounding her that looked disturbed in any way, or is that just not something that you were necessarily looking for at the time?
Exactly. It wasn't something I was looking for at the time.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Sergeant Maxwell, when you were conducting CPR on Laken Riley, did you actually take the time to study the number of layers of clothing that she had on her top?
I didn't specifically do that, no.
You know how many layers she had on?
I think maybe 3.
And you said her pants were pulled up above the waist. I'm gonna have to ask you, what do you mean by waist?
I guess waistline would be up above more of like the hips, but below the navel.
Okay, so was her navel exposed?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Sorry, guys.
Yes, sir.
Any objection? You're excused.
Thanks, sir.
Can you give me an estimate of how long the next witness will take?
She would be like the first two, because it's Connolly who, so maybe 20 minutes.
Let's take one.
Yes, sir.
Take her. Who is that?
Connolly who?
Connolly Luke?
Who? Thank you.
Tooth, I see it now.
Who? Connolly.
Oh my God.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please take a seat. Spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Connolly Huth, CONNOLLYHUTH.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
What do you do for a living?
I'm currently unemployed. I graduated in May and I'm waiting to go to grad school.
Where are you going to go to grad school?
Mercer.
What are you going to study?
I'm going to get my master's in mental health counseling.
You graduated from where in May?
The University of Georgia.
What's your undergrad degree in?
Psychology.
Did you, when you attended the University
Smart
of Georgia,
girl.
have roommates?
I did.
Can you tell the court, where did you live?
I lived at 1686 Millage Avenue.
Who lived there with you?
Laken Riley, Sophia Magana, and Lily Steiner.
How long have you known Laken Riley?
Known her for over 2.5 years.
Where did y'all meet?
We met, well, she came over to my house to see the house, so in the house.
Would you and Laken run together?
Yes.
How often?
It depended on her nursing schedule, anywhere from 3 to 6 times a week.
Tell us what kind of runner Laken was.
She was a good runner. She could run for a long time, far distances. She's pretty fast as well.
And would y'all, when you would run together, well, first of all, did you run races together?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
1.
And are you, which one was that?
The half in 2023.
Is that October 2023?
Yes.
And would you train together for that race?
Yes.
And could you tell us when Laken ran and you ran with her, are you familiar with her running habits?
Yes, I am.
I can't run across the yard to catch a dog.
She, like clothing wise?
Clothing and what she would do on her runs?
Well, she always had a watch on. It was either an Apple Watch or she recently got a Garmin watch. She had different types of headphones she would wear, but she would listen to music while running. Sometimes when she was alone, she would call her mom. And she also had called her mom with me before on runs. She'd wear tight clothing usually.
And why tight clothing?
It's kind of annoying when you have loose clothing on when you're running and it's flopping around, as well as like compression.
How many times have you seen Laken Riley in running clothes?
Many times.
And of all the times that you've seen her running, does she wear running tights?
Yes.
And how often does she wear running tights?
Almost every time.
And running tights, and when I say running tights, can you describe what is meant by running tights?
They're like leggings, so they essentially like stick to your skin.
And when Laken would wear her running tights, were her tights above her belly button, or would she wear them below her belly button?
Always above.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah, I agree with you, Dandy.
I'm handing you two exhibits. One is State's Exhibit 16. I'm going to ask you recognize the person in State's Exhibit 16.
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Laken.
And does that fairly and accurately depict Laken in life?
Yes.
And does it also show the manner in which she would wear her running tights?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 16. State's Exhibit 17, have you seen 17?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 17?
It's a video that I took of Laken doing jumping jacks.
And does it also depict how she would wear her running tights?
Yes.
And the state would move to admit 17 and request permission to publish. Let's start with 17 since we've toggled over already. I just published State's Exhibit 17 for the record. Is that the manner in which Laken would wear her running tights above her belly button?
Yes.
And did you ever see in the times
So
that you were
sad.
with Laken, did you ever see her running with her underwear on the outside of her running tights?
No.
Would you toggle over, please, Your Honor?
Outside of them? What?
State's Exhibit 16, tell us what that depicts. When was that picture taken?
October of 2023.
Is that your half marathon that y'all
Yes.
ran? Okay, and in that photograph, do you see Laken's tights?
Yes, I do.
And again, could you describe, is her belly button showing or not?
It is not.
And is that consistent with what you would see every time he ran that her belly button was not shown?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So I think what they're getting to here is the fact that her ginch were not where they were supposed to be, and neither were her tights, that maybe someone had done something without leaving DNA. I think that's what this is all about.
I want to ask you, Ms. Ruth, about February 22nd, 2024. Tell us about your morning that day.
I woke up, I had 2 classes that day, so I woke up at 7:45.
Yes, Dandy, right?
I quickly
That's
got ready
what I was thinking.
and had class at 9:35 and 11:10 in Caldwell Hall in the same room. As I got ready, I walked out to our living room and kitchen. Laken was sitting there with her iPad and she was taking notes and doing her homework and watching Netflix. And for 45 minutes, we sat and talked about our plans for the weekend and what we were going to do later that night. And I left for class at around 8:45 to get on the bus.
When you left for class, was Laken still in the house?
Yes.
And at some point when you were in class, did you become concerned about Laken?
Yes.
Tell us why and what happened.
At one point, Lily had sent a text asking if Laken was okay. And I was in class and I just figured she was on the phone with her mom and walking around because that was standard. And I didn't think anything of it. And then at around 11:15, 11:20, I got a call from Lauren, Laken's sister, and I didn't answer because I was in class. And then she called me again and I didn't answer. And I texted her and I said, like, I'm in class, what's up? And she asked me if I'd heard from Laken, and I immediately went into panic. I stepped outside of the class and I called Lauren back and said, I'll try to figure out what's going on. So I then called my 2 roommates, and both of their phones went immediately to voicemail. And then I tried calling Laken and her phone rang and then went to voicemail.
Why were you panicked immediately?
Just because She would run for a long time, but I knew she had class that day, and I knew that she wasn't one to be late or off schedule.
All right. So at some point, did you meet up with the University of Georgia police officers?
I did.
When did you do that, and where were you?
I had Sophia pick me up from my class around 12:15, 12:20, and she took me straight to the intramural fields to meet with the officer and Lily.
How long did y'all stay there that day?
6 hours, 7 hours.
When was your last communication with Laken Riley?
9 o'clock.
At what day?
On February 22nd.
Did you ever hear from her after that?
No, I did not.
May I have one moment, Randy?
Yes.
That's it. All I have. I'll pass the witness.
I'm going to try and keep this short, but let me know if you need a minute, okay? You described Laken Riley as a good runner.
Yes.
How long was a typical run for her?
6 miles,
And how long did that take her?
58 to an hour.
If the two of you were sprinting, do you know what her fastest time could be for a mile?
8 minutes.
Besides the clothes and
Who
the
is
phone,
that?
did she often have anything else with her when she went on runs?
Her AirPods.
Did she ever carry a house key with her?
Yes.
And where was the house key kept?
Depends. Sometimes her leggings have pockets. They're in the pockets, or in her waistband. There are pockets in some Lululemon brand leggings, so in there, or in her jacket pocket.
And I believe you told officers that it was typical for her to wear 3 layers of clothing on a run. Is that right?
Sometimes, yes.
And sometimes when she was getting heated on runs, she would remove the middle layer, the shirt in between the jacket and the bra.
No.
You didn't tell the officers that she would ever remove a layer of clothing?
Between where?
She would sometimes remove her shirt when she got heated on runs.
She would take her shirt off and have her sports bra on, but only when I was with her.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Just briefly, did you see the Ring doorbell footage of February 22nd at 9 a.m., 9:03 a.m. when Laken left the house?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the clothing that she was wearing?
Yes.
That day? What was the clothing she was wearing?
She was wearing Lululemon black leggings, a Lululemon zip-up jacket, that was black, and her white hokas.
And hokas are what, for the record?
Tennis shoes.
And that Lululemon black jacket, you've seen Laken wear that one before?
Yes.
And would you describe that as a tight jacket or a loose jacket?
Tight.
And how tight is that jacket?
Very tight.
That's all I have.
All Lululemon is tight.
Let me go down then. This time we'll break for lunch. We're in recess till 1 o'clock.
Okay. Fast lunch. Here we go. There we go. Yeah,
Raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
I think it was
The
Candy.
testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Hosea Ibarra, with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
I do believe it was.
Take a seat. Spell your first and last name, please.
Daniela Stewart, DANIELLA
Where are you employed?
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you worked?
I like Zoom too, James.
Approximately 8 years.
What are your current duties and assignments there?
I'm currently assigned to my office as a crime scene specialist, but my title
Yes,
is
you
special
did.
agent. I use them interchangeably.
What is a crime scene specialist and which office do you work out of?
So yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the jacket, the Lululemon jacket. I'm not going to swear on it, but that's kind of where my mind's going. I think that's what it was.
A crime scene specialist is a special agent that is assigned specifically to work crime scenes. So we specialize in just crime scenes. And I'm assigned to the Regional Evan Athens office.
Tell the court a little bit about your training and your education that qualifies you for your job.
So I have over 2,000 hours of combined law enforcement and crime scene training. And specifically, I'm a graduate of the National Forensic Academy, which is a 10-week academy in Tennessee, where we learn about latent print processing, blood stain, shooting reconstruction, advanced processing techniques for crime scene. I am also a state certified crime scene technician. So I've taken the 7 classes that the state requires for that certification. I also have additional training through my agency. We go through a 10-week, well, it's now 13 or 14-week academy, where we have a week of crime scene training there as well. And as a crime scene specialist at the GBI, we continually train. I'm also the president of the Georgia IAI, which is an association in Georgia for additional training in forensics and crime scene processing. So we have yearly meetings that we attend for training and also conferences.
How many crime scenes have you had the opportunity to process over your career at the GBI?
So over my career at the GBI, I've probably processed close to, I want to say maybe between 80 to 100. Prior to working for the GBI, I worked for the Atlanta Police Department as a civilian crime scene technician. So there I responded to over 500 crime scene calls. I also worked for the DeKalb County Police Department in a civilian capacity in crime scene for a little while, where I also responded to major crimes.
Do you have some special training in photography as well?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the court about that?
So in the National Forensic Academy, we have a week of photography there as well. And in the GBI Special Agent Academy, we also do photography in crime scene week as well. And then for the GBI, we train additionally in photography. So this year alone, we've had photography training.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. I'm handing you a few items of evidence so I don't keep coming back up here at one time. The first one is states 142, and I apologize because we have pre-marked a lot of evidence, so I don't like to go out of order, but this one will be out of order. Do you recognize states 142?
I do.
And there will be 18 through 141, just so that everybody knows. What is states 142?
This is a copy of my CV.
And that means your qualifications that you went over with us?
Correct.
State of New Jersey, states 142.
142.
The next fact I am going to hand you is going to be a series of photographs and a crime scene sketch. The photographs are marked for the record as States Exhibits 18 through 84. And the crime scene sketch is States Exhibit 85. So first, starting with the photographs, I'm going to hand you States Exhibits 18 through 84. I ask that you take a look at those and I ask you a series of questions.
I couldn't do it if Lolly was still up there, but it looks like in the Karen Reed case that they have got a new prosecutor lined up. I might stream it. I don't know what they're going to do. All their witnesses have been relocated, rehomed. The Ba video. The Ba. The soul patch on Lolly's head.
Do you recognize 18 through 84?
I do.
What are they?
They are crime scene photographs that I took.
And are they the crime scene photographs that you took on the 22nd day of February, 2024?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that day?
Yes, they do. State would move to admit states 18 through 84.
No objection.
They're admitted.
States Exhibit 85, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is one of my crime scene sketches.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of your crime scene sketch? And does that sketch adequately and accurately represent the scene as you saw it on that day?
Correct.
State would move to admit States Exhibit 85.
No objection.
85 submitted.
And before you move on to, I want to ask you a little bit, I know it's in your CV, but I would like you to tell the court a little bit about your training in latent print processing. What is latent print? What is the processing of it? And how are you trained in that regard?
So as far as latent print processing, again, at the National Forensic Academy, we have a week of latent print processing there as well, which includes latent print photography. I also teach classes, crime scene classes for the University of Tennessee, and I go back and I actually teach at the Forensic Academy. So I've taught the latent print week there as well. And then with the GBI, we have additional training in latent print processing.
How many items of evidence have you had the opportunity to process for the presence of latent prints over your career?
Oh gosh, a lot. When I worked in the Atlanta field office, we processed a lot of vehicles, a lot of cartridge cases. Like I said, I responded to over 500 crime scene calls there. So maybe about half of those probably involved latent print processing.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Special Agent Stewart as an expert in the fields of crime scene photography, latent print processing, and crime scene processing.
No objection.
Should be allowed to testify as an expert in those areas.
May I approach to retrieve the photographs?
Yes.
Could you start first by telling the court what date and time did you get a call to process a scene on the University of Georgia's campus?
So it was February 22nd, and I responded to the crime scene at approximately 2 p.m. So I would have gotten the call maybe an hour prior to that.
Tell the court what the crime scene was like when you got there.
When I got there, one of the things that I noticed was it was very windy out. There was a lot of leaf coverage in the area. It was a wooded area.
What was the temperature like?
It was approximately 67 degrees.
Was this an outdoor scene?
It was an outdoor scene.
Can you tell the court what are the challenges particular to outdoor scenes?
So with an outdoor scene, obviously you're dealing with weather conditions, basically Mother Nature could be directly impacting you. Whereas when you have an indoor scene, even if it's raining outside, it's not really going to impact how you work.
And did you find any challenges with this particular scene due to the foliage?
Yeah, so like I stated previously, the leaf coverage was kind of thick in the area that was off of the trail, and it was also very windy.
And so how did that impact you and your ability to process the scene?
Well, when it's windy, obviously things are not going to stay where they normally are or where they were previously. So you kind of have to take that into account when you're looking for evidence.
Did you process the scene by yourself or with others?
With other people.
And tell us a little bit about that process in this particular case.
So how our agency works is we are a request-only agency, which means that an agency has to request us for assistance. That may mean us taking over the entire case. That may mean us just working the crime scene. That may mean us just doing a few investigative acts for them. So in this case, the University of Georgia Police Department requested for me to help process the crime scene.
Who did you work with specifically with the University of Georgia Police Department in processing the scene?
That would be now Lieutenant Saunders.
And how did y'all go about processing the scene? Was it together? Was it separate? Tell us about that process here.
Yeah, so what we decided was because they were going to be the primary agency on the case, I took photographs for them. That was what they requested. And then I assisted with collecting the evidence, but Detective Saunders took possession of all of the evidence.
And when you said you assisted in collecting it, were you literally standing side by side as y'all were collecting it together?
Yes.
I want to start with an overall of the crime scene in your crime scene sketch, which would technically be State's Exhibit 85. And for ease, Your Honor, we have a blown-up version of State's Exhibit 85, which I think would be easier for the witness to testify to. And
and would not have to leave the stand for that. So may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 143. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It is a blown up copy of my crime scene sketch.
So is State's 143 just a blow up copy of State's 85?
Correct.
And would using State's 143 aid you in your testimony today before this judge to explain the crime scene?
Yes, it would.
State would move to admit 143 for demonstrative purposes only.
I have an objection, Judge.
Submitted for that purpose.
And may I publish it using the easel here if it will stay?
Yes.
No, no. Can you turn it and then I'll put it right first. Get the leg in. Yeah, so you can put it to that board. The easel doesn't have feet, so we are going to try to clip it. We need a bigger clip. Thank you. Thank you. So we can click it on both sides. Thank you. So having clipped State's Exhibit 143 to the easel, I want to make sure that defense counsel can see and the court see. Thank you. I want to start talking to you about your photos. How many evidence markers did you have on this scene, and what is the significance of the evidence markers?
I used 8 evidence markers.
And did you label the items of evidence by number?
Yes.
And just before we get started, tell the court, what is evidence item number 1 that you collected or you assigned number 1?
The AirPod.
Okay. And evidence item 2?
Evidence item 2 was a blood-stained rock.
Evidence item 3?
A blood-stained rock.
Evidence item 4?
Was a section of a tree.
Evidence item 5?
The jacket.
Evidence item 6?
The sports bra.
Evidence item 7?
A suspected blood stain.
Evidence item 8?
A cell phone.
And the cell phone belonging to who?
Laken Riley.
Did you assign these a number by any significance, or just the number in which you collected them, or?
Just the number in which I collected them. Sometimes I do it by what I first see. It just depends.
I'd like to start first with State's Exhibit 18. Tell the court, what are we looking at here?
So this is an overall photograph of the trail.
And in this picture, State's Exhibit 18, in what direction would be Laken Riley's body?
It would be towards the right side.
Okay, so I'm gonna, for the record, point my finger on the right side where my finger is?
Yes.
That would be in that direction?
Yes.
When you got there, did you observe, first of all, was Laken's body still there?
Yes, it was.
And did you observe any signs of medical intervention?
Yes.
What did you observe?
So with me, the AED pads were actually still on her body and the AED was actually still audible.
What is an AED?
It is a device that first responders use to try to revive individuals.
State's Exhibit 22, what are we looking at there?
This is an overall showing the area closer to her body, which was near a tree that had already fallen down.
The tree that her body was near that had already fallen down, can you see that? Can you point to it for the record?
Yes.
The screens don't work like that. I think you have to point behind you.
Okay. Thank you.
She has a pointer.
Right here.
It's in the middle of photograph 22.
Yes.
Page 22. State's Exhibit 49. What does this depict?
So this is an overall, once I put out my evidence markers, and the fallen tree would be on this side.
To the left side of State's 49 for the record.
Correct.
Right. State's Exhibit 33, what are we looking at here?
This is an overall of the top half of her body.
Did you observe injuries to Laken Riley's body?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 35. Tell the court, first of all, where overall did you observe injuries?
So there were injuries to the left side of her head, and then there were also these linear marks on her torso.
And point to those for us. Is that, okay, thank you. Middle of State's 35. State's 38, what part of Laken Riley's body are we looking at here?
So this would be the lower, like just below her left hip. I had to kind of pull down her underwear. We always try to examine the decedent to see if there are any individual injuries under the clothing that we're missing.
And is that your glove then that we see in the photo?
Yes, it is.
All right, what injuries did you see?
He's still paying pretty close attention.
There was another linear mark that looks kind of similar to the ones that were on her torso, but a little bit wider.
Can you point that out for the court? Where is her underwear line in this photo then?
So her underwear is down here where my glove is because I'm having to pull it down to photograph that injury.
And in this injury that you photographed in States 38, is that in the her pubic area?
Yes.
And you actually can see pubic hair in that area?
Correct.
Can you show that to the court, please? All right, thank you. Circle it below the wound for the record in the bottom part of States 38.
Yes.
States 39.
This is a photograph of the lower half. So I was trying to photograph the dirt stains that were on her leggings.
States 40.
Those are her shoes.
States 27.
This is a close-up of her face.
States 32.
This is a close-up of the injuries to the left side of her head.
Please point to the injury, one of the injuries to the left side of her head that you captured in this photo.
So on scene, really, I can only observe two. I know that there were more, but I can only see two. So this one, and then this larger one.
Did you make any observations about her hair?
Yeah, so her hair was very tangled, which made it difficult for me to locate the additional injuries.
And tangled with what?
So there were leaves, blood, dirt tangled in her hair.
And when you say tangled, do you mean attached? Do you mean, I don't mean to be picky, but what do you mean by tangled?
Yeah, so typically with the decedents, we try to do an examination for additional injuries, which would mean somewhat kind of looking through the hair. And in this case, it was extremely difficult for me to do that because her hair was so matted and clotted with blood.
Jesus.
For some reason we lost, or there it is, okay.
Where did you go, guys?
And I want to ask you before we leave off the underwear, you said you did pull down the underwear,
Correct.
but this photo states Exhibit 35. Does that depict the way you found her underwear when you got there?
Yes.
Before you actually examined her for other injuries?
Correct.
And how would you describe her underwear in this photo and what you saw on scene?
So on scene, her leggings were down below her belly button, and the underwear was somewhat protruding out of the right front area.
Wow.
Did you flip her?
Yes, we did.
It's Exhibit 41. What did you observe when you flipped her?
When I flipped her over, I noticed that her leggings were exposing the upper area of her buttocks.
And can you show us where that's depicted in States 41?
Yes. This area.
In the middle of the photograph?
Correct.
States
Why doesn't his
42?
lawyers
What
tell
is
him,
that?
stop it? You
There's a
creepy
little bit of a
asshole.
glare, but I was just trying to show that she had like some leaves on her back, which is, I guess, to be expected because she was laying in that area. And then also that her hair was matted.
I was trying to find a way to eliminate the glare because it might become a problem later. But I'm not sure
I agree,
how to do that
Christy.
without
I
doing
agree.
it. So,
Oh, if you hold it.
We can dim some of the lights if that's something that's important.
would we be able to dim a little bit just so the glare disappears?
I'll dim a little bit. It's a matter of turning off. See what you can do. Take those down, and we'll still have these up here.
And he's married. Unreal. Now I wonder if that's before or after he did
Much
this.
better. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. With the glare be gone, states 42, can you show us what part of Laken's body are we looking at here, and what are you photographing?
So we're looking at the back, but also we're looking at her head where her hair is, has leaves and sticks and dirt and blood in it.
Where's her neck in that photograph? Okay. And was she wearing a necklace?
Yeah, she was.
Okay. And can you point the necklace out on states 42 at the top of the picture? Okay. Thank you. States 43.
This is a photograph of her left hand.
Was she wearing a watch?
She was.
And do you see that watch in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you please point to it? Okay. Thank you. States 44.
This is a photograph of her left hand also, just her fingernails.
States 45.
Photograph of her right hand.
States 46.
Another photograph of the right hand showing her fingernails.
Did you take measurements on scene?
Yes.
I'm going to move away from the photographs.
Yep, he's got a wife, James.
But before I do that, I wanted to ask you about her shoes and any observations you may have made about her shoes. What type of shoes was she wearing?
I'll put the
She had
indictment
Hoka brand
in
running
Discord,
sneakers.
not in Discord, in
And did you
Patreon.
observe those and look at those on scene?
Yes.
And what observations, if any, did you make about those shoes? And I'm showing you now states 40.
When I first looked at them, I noticed that they had reddish stains on them, and then they were also dirty. And then in the grooves, dirt was, I guess, caked, for lack of a better term, in those grooves.
And when you say reddish brown stains, what do you mean by that?
The suspected blood stains.
Did you take measurements at the scene?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you, first starting with what you marked on your evidence marker as your evidence marker 1. And while we're talking about evidence marker 1, I'm gonna approach you with some of the evidence. Do you have gloves?
Yes, I do.
Would you glove up, please?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Special Agent Stewart, we're going to start with marker 1. You already told us it was an AirPod.
Yes.
Was it on the trail or off the trail?
It was off the trail.
Approximately how far off the running trail was your marker 1?
That was a little difficult to determine because it was hard to see where the trail actually ended and where the road started and the, I guess like the leaves, because the leaves were so thick in that area, but it wasn't far.
So when we see leaves in this photograph, states 55, could you also then point for the court where is the marker 1 on this chart?
Yes.
At the bottom of 143. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pending what's been marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit 86. Do you recognize State's 86?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the AirPod.
And if you can keep your voice up so Madam Reporter can hear you, and you can take it back, okay. And is the AirPod in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it on the 22nd day of February 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 86. Request permission to publish.
86 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay. The distance, I'd like to ask you, from this trail, from where you marked 1, from your marker 1 to markers 2, 3, and 4, what is that distance?
64 feet, 11 inches.
You measured that day?
Yes.
The distance from where you marked 2, 3, and 4 to where Laken Riley's body was found, what is that distance?
13 feet.
And the distance from marker 8, and what is marker 8 again?
The phone.
The distance from Laken Riley's body over here at 5 and 6 to the phone is what?
I believe it's 54.7 or 57.4.
Over 50 feet.
Yeah, it's over 50 feet.
Thank you. I want to go on to your evidence markers 2 and 3. What were those?
This was evidence markers 2 and 3 represent rocks that were bloodstained, and then evidence marker 4 represents the tree that had bloodstains.
All right, before we zoom in on 2, 3, and 4, what, if anything, did you notice about this area in your crime scene sketch that you labeled 2, 3, and 4?
So in this area near evidence markers 2, 3, and 4, there was also an area where I could actually see the ground, where the leaves were significantly disturbed to the point where I could physically see the ground.
And why is that significant to you?
Because the leaf coverage was pretty thick throughout the entire crime scene, and there were no other areas where I could actually see the ground.
So what conclusions did you draw based upon that?
Based on that, and then also like her hair being very matted, some type of significant disturbance happened in that area.
Did you observe blood in that area?
I did.
And where did you observe the blood in that area?
The blood was near evidence markers 2, 3, and 4, and there was no other blood in the crime scene other than obviously where her body was resting.
State's Exhibit 62, what is that?
That is a close-up photograph of the rock from evidence marker 2.
I'm just asking why you think it's going
Out, yes. Does it sleep? Is that the sleep mode?
No, it shouldn't be. We don't have that problem. It must be a connection issue, but I'm not sure. If it gets worse, we can, a lot of times it's, we'll just keep watching and see. I don't know.
That is a rock. Is this one 2 or 3?
That one is evidence marker 2, and there were some hairs on that rock.
What type of hair?
It looked like it was brown, yeah, brown.
63.
This is the rock from evidence marker 3.
And 64.
Another view of that rock, and you can see that there's hair on it.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you 2 bags. One is State's Exhibit 87. The other one is State's Exhibit 88. I'm going to ask that you look inside both of those bags, and then I'm going to ask you some questions.
Do I pull the items out?
Yeah, if you can see it to yourself, yes.
Have a good night, James.
Just set them on top of your lap if you could. And just do them at the same time if you could do the other one. And then I'll ask you about both at the same time.
Thanks, Dandy.
Okay, so have you had an opportunity to look at the items inside State's Exhibit 87 and 88? Yes. 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 Do you recognize those items?
I do.
And what are 87 and 88?
They are the rocks I collected, or that were collected from the crime scene.
And are they both in the same or substantially same condition as they were on the day that you collected them, February 22nd of 2024? Yes. State would move to admit states 87 and 88, request permission to publish.
87, 88.
This guy's just an animal.
Still one at a time. I am holding. Yes, that's the first one. So this is State's Exhibit 87. I'm about to publish to the court. Which number is this in your crime scene sketch?
Evidence marker 2.
Marker 2.
Unreal, this guy.
88. What evidence marker is this one?
Evidence marker 3.
And approximately what was the distance between 2 and 3?
I feel like it was less than a foot.
So we
They were
used
very
more
close
than one.
together, which is why they got measured together.
How long did you spend at this crime scene that day?
I started at 2 and I was finished at around 8:45 p.m. So a little over 6 hours.
How much walking around this area, not only the crime scene where her body was found, but other areas around there, did you do that day?
When we got done with labeling when I got done with labeling 1 through 7, we were still looking for her phone, which is evidence marker 8. So we were still canvassing the area for that and additional items. I also looked for additional bloodstains, so we went beyond just where her body was. I also had other agents search the area as well.
In and around the area of her body and in anywhere out in that forest where you walked that day, did you observe any other rocks that were similar to the ones that you collected at 2 or 3?
No.
Moving on to item 4, and if you need to change gloves, you can. State's Exhibit 66, what does that depict?
That is a photograph of the bloodstain tree.
And State's Exhibit 67, what does that depict?
The hairs that were attached to the tree.
It's difficult to see from my perspective. Can you point out the hairs that you saw in State 67? In the middle of the photograph. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 89.
It really is,
That,
Christy.
please.
It really is.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 89?
I do.
What is it?
It is a section of that tree.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was the day you collected it on February 22nd?
Yes.
So you move to admit State's Exhibit 89.
No objection.
Part of the
And
tree.
may I publish?
Yes.
Oh, let's see. I want to
You
see.
guys were there
Look
with
at that,
tree?
man.
Yes.
And why did you do that?
One man.
Because we wanted to make sure that we had the best evidence possible, and we felt that swabs were not going to be enough.
Good job. Far cry from the Delphi case, isn't it?
Evidence marker 5. Which is State 69 and is depicted in the photograph.
She did a great job.
What is that?
That's her jacket.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it wasn't what was in the dumpster. Must have been his shirt.
State's Exhibit 70, what does that depict?
Her sports bra.
And had those items been cut prior to your arrival?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
You know what has been marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit 90 and 91?
What people won't do to each other in this world.
Items, and I'll ask you some questions.
Should have just bought a
Start with
dog.
90.
stuff's well wrapped.
What is states 90?
This is her jacket, and actually there was also her shirt, but her clothing was so tangled that I didn't even realize the shirt was in there on scene.
And when you say tangled, what do you mean by that?
Well, the AED pads, it had been cut off by law enforcement. The AED pads were tangled in the clothing, and to avoid disturbing any trace evidence, we didn't open it completely.
All right, and are those items in the same or substantially same condition as they were when you collected them?
Yes.
They would move to admit states 89. No objection.
89 was
90. 90. And may I publish 90 before moving on?
Yes.
Lulu Stride.
Let's do them one at a time. And 90, there are 3 items inside states 90, the bag that's marked states 90. Item number 1 I have in my hand inside states 90 is in my right hand. What is this item?
That is the jacket.
I was wondering the same thing.
Item 2 in my left hand inside of states 90, what is that?
The shirt.
Does this jacket have a zipper on it?
Yes, it does.
Item number 3 inside of states 90, what is this?
A section of the sports bra.
Moving on to states 91. Sorry, Mom. Let me fix that. Or do you want to pick up? Yeah. Pick that up. Is 91 in the same or substantially same condition as it was the day you collected it?
I agree.
Yes. It would move to admit states 91, request permission to publish. No objection.
91 submitted.
And what is 91?
A section of the sports bra.
Section of the sports.
Correct.
Thank you. That would bring us to your item number 7. Could you tell us about item 7?
So as I mentioned before, I was trying to look for additional evidence. And as I was walking the area looking for additional blood stains, I came across a dark colored stain that I suspected could be blood. So I marked it, I tested it. It ended up not testing for the presence of blood.
And that's item 73 or states 73?
Yes.
Show you states 50. What are we looking at there?
So this is after I put out my evidence markers, and I'm just showing generally where the evidence markers are. And then this is the area of disturbed leaves.
Show the area of disturbed leaves.
Where I could actually see the ground.
So would it be in states 50 between the tree that you cut and Laken Riley's body in that photograph?
Correct.
States exhibit 54. Let me move some of these on. What does that depict? And wait a second, I think it'll clear on its own. There we go.
So in this photograph, I'm trying to show evidence marker number 1, which is the AirPod, and then there was also a path of disturbed leaves, not as disturbed as the area near 2, 3, and 4, that I used pin flags to kind of show the track of the disturbed leaves.
And that path of disturbed leaves, did it go from the trail to where?
It went from the trail to evidence markers 2, 3, and 4.
And that path would be how long in length?
It would have been a little less than 6411.
But would it be over 50 feet?
Yes.
when you say you saw disturbed leaves and you marked them with those orange flags, what did you physically see?
So when we were looking in the area, we were trying to look for additional evidence or just evidence in general. There, like I said, the leaf coverage was thick, but you could see almost like a slight depression in that area that led from the trail to the area of evidence markers 2, 3, and 4. And it was a little challenging to photograph because of the shadows of the trees. So I used the pin flags to show the path.
And what are we looking at here in States 53?
So this is a photograph from evidence markers 2, 3, and 4 back out, showing the viewpoint from the opposite direction, going from 2, 3, and 4 back to the trail, and then the pin flags are there.
Can you point to the pin flags so we can see them?
Yes.
Up in the middle of the photograph. And when you walked that trail and you photographed and you looked at, did you look at the disturbed leaf path?
Yes.
Did you see any blood?
No, I did not.
States 50. I already showed you that one, I'm sorry. 1 second. I want to talk to you about your marker 8. What was marker 8?
The phone.
At what time or how long approximately did it take y'all to find the phone?
We found the phone maybe about an hour before we finished. So maybe like 5 hours.
By the time you found the phone, was it daylight still or dark?
It was still dark. Oh, well, sorry. It was dark.
So States Exhibit 80, what are we looking at there?
I can't see the evidence marker.
I'm sorry, hold on. I will try to move it and see if it resumes. There we go.
So this is a photograph of evidence marker 8, and then in the background, here, those are the other evidence markers.
And where, I know we see evidence marker 8, but can you see the actual cell phone in this photograph?
No.
Okay. But it was there where evidence marker 8 was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a close-up of this?
I did.
States 81, what does that depict?
The cell phone.
Can you please point to the cell phone in States 81? Okay, in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
Did you collect the cell phone?
Yes, we did.
Did you look at the cell phone?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe about the cell phone?
We noticed that there was an area of ridge detail on the phone.
When you say ridge detail, what do you mean by that?
Fingerprint ridge detail.
Were you able to see that without processing the phone at all?
Yes, a little bit, but I had to use oblique lighting. So that's where you take your flashlight and you kind of side light it to be able to view the latent prints better.
States 82, what does that depict?
That's a photograph of the phone and me using the flashlight to try to highlight it.
I'm gonna wait for this thing to stop moving. Hold on a second. Maybe it doesn't like the photos on top of each other. Okay. Where on the phone was this image that you saw, this item that you saw? See, I'm not even touching it now, it's just moving.
It was at the bottom, close to the charging port area.
And do you see it depicted in States 82?
Yes.
Please point to it with your pointer. Were you able to determine, was there any reddish brown stains on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see?
It looked like there were reddish stains suspected to be blood.
Where on the phone?
Specifically the print.
States Exhibit 83, this may be really tough. I think I'm gonna have to come to you closer for it. So before I do that, did you end up taking a better photograph or more photographs of the latent print that you saw on the phone?
Yes.
States Exhibit 84, what is that?
That is a macro photo of the latent print, or in this case, it would be a patent print because we could kind of see it, so, of the ridge detail.
Of the ridge detail.
Correct.
And when you say a macro photo, what do you mean by that?
So with photography, we have different lenses, and the macro lens specifically allows us to take close-up photographs of small items that are difficult to see. So it almost magnifies.
When did you take this photo?
On the scene after we collected the phone immediately.
Was it before or after the phone was processed for prints?
This photograph, I believe this one is before. Yes, this one is before Detective Saunders used powder.
Okay, and did you see Detective Saunders process the phone?
I did.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes.
And then did he lift a latent lift card from that phone?
He did.
But this was your photograph prior to that?
Correct.
Now, for States 83, I am going to have to come closer to you because I am assuring that it's not going to show. May I approach?
Yes.
States 83, could you tell us what we're looking at? And then I'm just going to have to show counsel in the court.
This is a photograph of I was trying to show that the print was located in the area where you would swipe to unlock. And so the phone was actually still receiving notifications. And so it actually says swipe to unlock behind the print.
Where do you see the swipe to unlock on this photo? At the very bottom.
Yes.
I'm going to show defense counsel first, and then with court's permission, may I show the court?
Yes.
And I approach the court. Very difficult to see what my hands. So moving to the phone and your exhibit marker 8. You can switch gloves if you need to. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 92. Do you want me to take your ordinance? Yeah, okay. And I'm gonna ask that you look inside State's 92. Do you recognize State's 92?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the cell phone that was at evidence marker 8.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
Say we move to admit State's 92.
No objection.
92 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So while I'm publishing the phone, can you put, using your finger where you saw the latent or patent ridge detail that we see in States 84?
It would have been right here.
And do you have an iPhone?
Yes, I do.
Right here where you put your finger, is that where you would hang up a call?
Yes.
On an iPhone?
Yes.
I don't know that it's related, is it, to this exact? I've only seen the peeping Tom stuff on other girls. That's a really good question.
Just have a few more photos. 74. What is State 74?
So this is, I was trying to show how we got to the phone because the phone was not close to where her body was. So there's my evidence marker 1, marking the AirPod, and then I tried to use this tree stump as a marker to show the path of getting to the phone.
72.
Alrighty then.
So that's, we talked earlier about the suspected stain. So in this photograph, I'm just trying to show some spatial relationship between 2, 3, and 4 in that stain.
And finally, 25.
This is the area where first responders initially said her body was, and they moved her out. And I was just trying to show that even with first responders in this area, and there were several of them moving her, that area is still not nearly as disturbed as the area near evidence marker 2, 3, and 4.
What?
On the scene that day, were Laken Riley's hands bagged?
Yes, they were.
And when we say bagged, can you describe what actually happened?
What we do is we put handbags over the hands to prevent the loss of any potential trace evidence or DNA.
And was that done in your presence by Lieutenant Saunders?
Yes.
Did you, what time did you leave that day, you said?
8:45.
At some point, were you asked to assist the same agency in photographing a suspect named Jose Ibarra?
Yes.
Can you tell the court what day and time were you asked to do that, and where were you and what did you do?
That would have been the 23rd, and it was approximately 9 p.m. when I arrived at the police department.
Which police department?
The Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I am handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 93 through 115. I ask you to take a look at those photos, ask you a series of questions.
Do you guys think he was following her? Watching her run, getting to know her schedule?
Do you recognize 93 through 115?
Yes.
What are they?
They're photographs of Mr. Ibarra.
Did those photographs fairly and accurately depict him as you saw him on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit 93 through 115.
No objection.
93 through 115 are admitted.
And may I request permission to publish? May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
First of all, the person that you photographed that day, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point to him and describe the article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, I
He's
know.
wearing a plaid shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. When you photographed him that day, about how close did you get to him?
Pretty close because I had to take close-up photographs of injuries that were on his body.
Okay, did you observe injuries on his body?
Yes.
And did you photograph those injuries?
I did.
And the time that you saw him, excuse me, that day, is he heavier or lighter than he is today as far as weight?
When I photographed him, he was heavier.
Publishing States Exhibit 93, tell us what that depicts.
It's an overall photograph.
States 94, and it might be really hard to see, but maybe not. What does that depict?
An overall photograph of his hands.
And did you observe or photograph any injuries to his hands?
I did.
In general, just show us where they were, and then I'll try to get the close-up photos. Okay, so you're on the left
No,
hand
they
of the
say about
record?
small
Yes. Okay.
hands.
And you pointed to the wrist area?
Yes.
Left pinky finger?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe I photographed this with him as well.
Right middle finger?
Yes.
So States 95. Could be hard to see. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, show us that injury. Show a few more, please. States 100.
That's the wrist, left wrist.
States 98.
Left pinky.
Whose scale is that?
Mine.
That's 96. States 96.
Oh yeah, that would have been I think the left middle finger from the previous photo.
States 101.
So now we're on the right hand.
102.
There's a small, what looks like a scratch.
Okay, in the middle of States 102.
Yeah, on the middle finger.
Yep, it
States
does.
103.
Photographing the other side of the hand.
104.
Overall of the inner forearm, or forearms.
105.
Oh,
Scratch on the forearm.
Can you show that to the court? Is that where your
Good
sticker
for
is?
her.
Yeah.
Your scale?
Yes.
Okay.
I try to put the scale close to the injury.
And is that his right side or his left side?
I believe that's the left side.
What I need?
Yes, because it would be here.
That's the left side?
Yes.
States 106.
That's an overall of his upper body.
Blah.
States 107.
An overall of the back, and there's something here.
Okay, when you say something, where are you pointing?
In the middle.
And did you observe an injury there?
Yes.
And did you photograph that?
Yes.
States 108.
Right, Dandy? Ew.
Is that where your scale is? Is the injury that you observed?
Yes.
In the photograph?
Yep, gross. Abso-freaking-lutely.
I might need to hand these back to you if you can't tell what they are. So you let me know.
Ew. Ew.
States 114.
That's the left side of the neck.
And what did you observe to the left side of his neck?
A scratch.
All right. And is that, you just point to it for the record, above the necklace, but below the ear?
Yes.
States 115.
That's the same injury.
Oh, there you go.
And what side of your scale is that injury for the record? In the middle of the photograph to the right side of the scale?
Yes.
Good. Get DNA. Get the DNA. She got you there.
States
Doesn't seem like
112.
that.
That would be the right side of the front neck.
What did you observe there? Okay, you
Looked like it
pointed.
was a scratch.
Okay, in the middle of the photo? States 113.
Same scratch with the scale.
These are the ones I think I'm gonna have to come and hand back to you. May I
Okay.
approach the witness? I'm not sure you'll be able to tell based on what I put them up, or the way that I put them up. It's probably easier to see. What part of the body is that?
This looks like it's the back. 109 looks like it's a close-up of the back,
Okay,
the mark that was on the back. And then 110 would be the right elbow area. And then 111 is a close-up of that.
Right, kick, scratch, do what you got to do.
Going forward, both prosecution and defense can move around further if you don't. I know you're trying, that's gonna be a hard habit to break.
it will, but I will do my best, Your Honor. You may
I was
have.
just trying to.
Thank you, yes, I understand. I will do my best, you may have to remind me, because I used to get yelled at if I did that. So then just briefly, states 110. Can you show us the scratch on that?
Yes.
And then 111, is that the same area with the scale?
Yes.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor, with counselor?
Getting some good information today, yesterday, day before. Yeah, I was going through and I seen that they had started
When you
this trial and I
arrived
was
at the crime
like,
scene, the body had
okay.
already been moved, is that right?
Correct.
And were you informed about how the body was moved?
Yes.
So you
That's
were
a good one
you
to
were aware
follow.
that some policemen grabbed the ankles and some grabbed her arms to move her.
Correct.
At some point, you photographed a metal washer on the trail. Did that turn out to have any evidentiary significance in the case?
I don't believe it did.
Okay. Let's see. When it's hard for us to tell from the pictures, but when you photographed the rocks on scene, were they lying on top of the leaves or partially buried by the leaves?
They were lying on top of the leaves. Like When I went to collect them, it wasn't like they left a depression. Like, it wasn't like they had been sitting there for a while.
So they had, they were on top of leaves and they were not in the dirt, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you didn't see any other rocks in the area, but to be fair, you weren't out there with a rake looking for other rocks.
I did move. So it's common for us when we have outdoor scenes in the woods, we do move the leaves to search for additional evidence, especially because it was windy and I knew that the leaves could have shifted. We did kind of like rake up.
She's very
not using
thorough.
a rake, but literally on my hands and knees, crawling through the area, trying to find additional items.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're good.
Okay. How wide of an area were you crawling through?
I searched the immediate area, and then there were also other agents that went further beyond the body, like into the woods in multiple directions.
And I'm not trying to pick you, but when you say immediate area, can you give us an estimate of feet?
So that would be the immediate area where my evidence markers are. That is what I consider my immediate area of the crime scene. And then I will assign other agents to go beyond that area.
Okay. Let's see. So you said that the markers 2, 3, and 4 were about 13 feet away from where the body was found. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay. And you said that the markers 4, 3, and 2 were about 64 feet from the path. Is that correct?
Yes, 6411 from evidence marker 1. Yes.
And for those of us that are not great with distances, is that like the length of this courtroom or a little bit more?
I'm not great with distances in that aspect either, so that's why I take my measurements.
All right, fair enough. Okay. So in stage 45, we saw a picture close up of Laken Riley's hand and her fingernails. Eventually, her fingernails were clipped. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you do the clipping yourself?
I did not. That's done at the autopsy.
Okay. So these photos would have been before her fingernails were clipped.
Correct.
Okay. You also briefly in your report mentioned that there was an irregular shaped blood stain on her left ankle. Do you remember noting that in your report?
Probably.
Okay. Did you see a corresponding wound on her left ankle?
No, but given the fact that she was moved by law enforcement, or things could have occurred during the incident.
Sure. So I guess what I'm asking is, did it look like the blood on her ankle was formed from contact with a bloody object rather than from a wound on her ankle?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a good witness. She's good.
I want to talk a little bit about the latent print that you talked about with Ms. Ross. So you described that it was on the very bottom of the screen.
Correct.
And right where it would have said swipe up to unlock. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you own an iPhone.
Correct.
I own an iPhone. And you would agree with me that some iPhones have different screen sizes.
Yes.
But you would also agree with me that the marker to hang up a phone call is not at the very bottom of a screen.
It depends on your phone, but it doesn't vary that much. I mean, I have an iPhone 13 mini, and which is probably the smallest iPhone you could have. And the screen size is not significantly different.
Sure. So just for demonstrative purposes, I'm going to show you my phone. It is also an iPhone. Let's see if I can get it. Would you agree with me that that's a fairly accurate screenshot of where the call would be displayed on an iPhone?
Yes.
You would agree with me that there's about an inch between the red hang up sign and the bottom of the screen?
Yes, but your iPhone has the button.
It does have the button, but from the bottom of the screen to the red button is about an inch.
I'd have to measure it.
It's not touching the bottom of the screen, right?
No.
You were present during the autopsy of Ms. Riley?
Correct.
And you spoke with the medical examiner regarding the state of the crime scene as she was doing the autopsy?
I did.
Did you discuss her conclusions with her at that time?
No.
You noted in your report that you searched Ms. Riley's shoes for a house key.
Yes, so at some point while we were working the crime scene, we were looking for her phone and potentially a house key. So some runners run with the house key in their shoe. They take the single key and they put it in their shoe.
And you didn't find the house key in her shoe?
I did not.
Did you ever find the house key in any of her clothing articles?
I did not.
I want to talk briefly about your photos of Mr. Ibarra. You took photos of his arms, his hands, his back, and his neck. Are those the areas that you photographed?
And his legs.
And his legs.
Yes.
We didn't go through any photos of his legs. Were there any injuries that you saw on his legs?
I did not observe any.
Now, when you took photos of Mr. Ibarra, you were also collecting evidence for a DNA test. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to do that, you collected some buccal swabs.
Sergeant Saunders collected those.
In your presence?
Correct.
Okay. And buccal swabs would be on the insides of the cheeks, correct?
Yeah, it's actually buccal swabs.
Thank you. And then you also tried to collect DNA from the fingernails, or at least collect his fingernails for DNA analysis. Is that true?
Correct. Yeah, he had really short fingernails, so there was no way that I was going to be able to clip them.
So they were too short to even clip a little bit off of?
Yes, it would have been extremely painful.
Okay. And so instead, you guys resorted to a backup plan, which is where you swabbed the kind of underneath his fingernails?
Yes.
And you did that. And were those sent to the lab for testing as well?
That I do not know.
Okay. The injuries that you, well, I guess who had custody of those swabs under fingernails? Would that be Officer Saunders?
Yes.
The injuries that you observed on his back and his neck and his arms, some of those injuries were lighter and some were darker. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Well, they're not doing much, are they? I didn't learn anything from them. Fail. Epic fail.
Let's measure 64 feet and 11 inches. All right. So, permission, can you stand?
Yep.
And just step before the podium. Hold the end. Actually, I should hold the end. You should tell me when we get there. Okay. All right. Go over where you need to go to make it work. All right, so this is 25 feet. So do the math. How much more of this than you would have to go?
You do the math.
Into the wall. At least by this distance, right? Because this is only 25 feet. And then by 14 feet in addition to that. Thank you.
You do the math.
The iPhone, you had mentioned when Ms. Beck showed you her phone, that hers has that button that Apple doesn't use anymore at the bottom of the screen, right?
Correct.
Did Laken Riley's phone have that button?
No, it did not have the home button.
What's the significance of the home button? And why did you point that out to Ms. Beck?
Because the home button takes up space, and the whole reason the newer phones have a bigger screen, and the home button doesn't take up as much space, which provides a bigger screen. So that would change.
Would it change where you would hang up a call?
Yes.
So Laken Riley's phone did not have a home button like the one on Ms. Beck's phone, correct?
Correct.
So would it look more like, I'll just show you my iPhone.
I hope not.
Would it look more like my iPhone?
Yes.
No home button.
Correct.
Hold on just a second. Miss Jackson's about to call me. Okay, so do you see where my phone is?
Yes.
Would the hang up button be where the answer button is as well? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you see my green?
Yes.
Okay.
The slide to answer. Yes.
All right, slide to answer. And that is how close to the bottom of the phone?
It's closer than if you have a home button.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
I think that was the state. That one. I think that was the state's phone.
No further questions.
Yes.
Any objections, Ms. Beth?
No objection.
Thank
You're
you.
excused, Special Agent Steve.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
The state calls Zachary Davis.
Zachary Davis.
Oh my. More evidence. Are you gonna fall asleep there, buddy? They got you. They got you.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Spell your first and last name for Madam Court Reporter.
I am Zachary Davis, Zachary, last name Davis.
Where do you work?
I'm a police officer with the Athens Clarke County Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Athens Clarke County Police Department?
I have been employed with Athens Clarke County since March 7th of 2022.
What are your duties with Athens Clarke County Police Department?
I am a patrol officer. I'm assigned to the West Side Division, work night shift between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
As patrol officer, what do you do?
Typically, it's responding to calls for service. When you call 911 and you want someone to come out, that's your patrol officers that show up. When we're not responding to calls for service, we're expected to be patrolling our areas, meeting the needs of the community.
When you patrol, do you wear uniforms such as you are wearing today?
Yes.
And you drive a patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working for the Athens Clarke County Police Department in on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift did you work that day?
6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
When you came in at 6 p.m., were you given any information about an incident that may have occurred?
Yes.
What information did you get?
At the time, it was very little information, but I was made aware that a female had been murdered in the IM fields, the intramural fields located on UGA's property, just across the village from my zone.
And when you say just across from the zone, what do you mean by that?
So we divide the county along Millage. Everything on the east side of Millage, like the downtown area, is east side. I work the west side, so everything on the west side, closer to Oconee County and the mall, that's typically assigned to our side of town.
So Millage is basically smack in between the east side and the west side.
Yes,
Are you familiar with the IM fields in that area of the University of Georgia?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that area?
Prior to being a police officer with Athens Clarke County, I was employed by the University of Georgia Police Department and served on their patrol division for 5 years and some change.
So when you came to work that evening and were given this information, what, if anything, did you do?
My shift, we assigned 4 units down towards that Millage area, just hoping to assist in any way that we could. I immediately started talking to some of the locals, asking if anybody had heard of anything. Nobody really knew anything and could point me in any sort of direction to start working. At that point, the only real information we've been provided was a photo, a very grainy photo that I was told was taken from Building S on the University of Georgia's, when I worked there, it was called Family Housing. I'm not sure what it's called now. It's down there off of Rogers Road and East Campus Road. I was told that photo was of someone suspicious in the area that morning. I knew the proximity of Building S to the IM fields and the location that I worked for the county down in South Millage. And I began checking in those areas for anything to go off of.
So tell us the proximities that you knew of then. The Building S that you're familiar with, how far away was that from Millage?
From Millage, if it's just a straight line, it's maybe 100, 150 yards, I guess.
And you were made aware of where the woman had been killed. How far away was that from Building S?
Maybe another 100 yards. I still don't know the exact location, but I knew it was within that proximity of walking distance.
And I'm going to approach and show you a few things all at once so that I don't have to keep coming up to you. The first thing I'm going to show you is States 144. Do you recognize 144?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the grainy photo that was taken from Building S that I was provided.
And I would move to admit States 44.
144, I apologize.
Any objection to 144? No. 144 is admitted.
States 140, we're eventually going to get to that, but since I'm up here, I gotta go ahead and do it. You recognize states 140?
I do.
What is states 140?
That is a photo I took of a jacket that was located inside of a trash can on the property of either 291 or 295 South Millage Avenue, what used to be Raintree Apartments.
Is it also called Celiac at Azul at one point?
Yes.
And Argo Apartments?
Yes.
Yeah, about how many times has that apartment changed?
Since I've been living in Athens, 4 times. I believe now it is currently the Grove at 5 Points.
So no matter what the name is of that apartment complex, what are the addresses associated?
I believe it's 291 and 295 or 285. I'd have to check my CAD system mapping.
Okay, of Millage Avenue.
Yes.
Are both of those addresses, 285, 291 Millage Avenue, are they both located in Athens, Clark County, Georgia?
Yes.
This photograph that you took, which is states 140, does it fairly and accurately depict what you saw in the dumpster on the 22nd day of February 2024?
It does.
Statement moved to admit states 140.
No objection. 140 is admitted.
And states 141, while I'm up here, what is that?
This is a flash drive that I have signed, and when I signed it, it contained my body cam footage involving collection of that jacket.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of your body cam footage?
It is.
Statement moved to admit 141.
Any objection to 141? No, sir. 141 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
So starting first with 144, is that the image that you were talking about that you had received?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you got to work about 6 p.m. that day?
Yes, that's when my shift starts.
Okay. And you had that image, you said you started asking people, you know, millaging around. What else did you do in relation to trying to assist the officers with the crime that had just occurred?
So given the university's location to Millage, I recalled an incident from 6 years ago where I pursued a subject from Building S, behind Building S, to, at the time, what was Argo Apartments at that 291, 295 address. And there's a perfect cut through that walks through those two. So I figured the ease of access for someone to easily cut over to Millage. I began checking dumpsters just because people tend to try and get rid of property in dumpsters that they don't want to be in possession of. I checked several dumpsters. We'd also been called to, people were starting to call in about everything at this point, not really knowing what's going on, trying to be helpful. During that time, I found myself at the Raintree Apartments, wherever it was called. Started going through those dumpsters. There's one immediately behind the Italian restaurant that's there, that's still on the Raintree property. Looked in there, didn't see anything that really appeared to be evident that it was, pertinent to what was going on. I then made my way around. I noticed that the trash had been picked up recently. It's a rather large complex, and
We had the lights off before you got
no,
there.
you're fine. And then, so the trash had been picked up either earlier that day or relatively recently, just due to the lack of trash that was in there. I made my way further into the complex, and I noticed there were 3 dumpsters, 2 of which were trash receptacles and one that was clearly marked for recycling. I checked the 2 trash ones. They had the sliding doors on the side. Looked in there, didn't notice anything. Again, nothing that really stuck out to me as pertinent. Finally went to the one that was strictly labeled for recycling. The sides of it were welded shut, but the top was open, so I climbed up onto it and looked down into it, and that's why I noticed the blue jacket.
And what, if anything, did you notice about the blue jacket? And is it the blue jacket that is depicted here in states 140?
It is.
All right, there's a pointer right next to you. Can you point out the jacket? Oh, it should be, no, there's your pointer.
Perfect. So that is the jacket. The photo of the suspicious individual, they were wearing a darker colored jacket, appeared to have some shinier zippers or buttons on the front. Again, super grainy, but something to go on. The zipper, as well as it appeared as though there were leads, and upon further examination, there was a little bit more.
So that must be anything else on the jacket at some point?
Not from this height. At this point, we didn't want to just be chasing down clothes in dumpsters, but given this proximity to the scene, as well as the photo that was taken, I immediately notified my supervisor so that he could contact the University of Georgia Police Department if they were working the case. Detectives from UGA came out to look at it. They decided they would like to collect the evidence. I volunteered to climb into a dumpster, and upon picking up the jacket, I noticed that there were leaves on it. There were tears on the front as well, and what appeared to be some darker red or brown stains on the sleeves near the wrist.
Okay, and did you notice anything else on the jacket?
There was, I believe in my video, I stated it's a button. The front has two pockets up here that fold down, and on the bottom has two pockets that fold out. That the buttons are used to close those pockets. Wrapped around one of the pocket buttons appeared to be dark hair.
So you jumped into the dumpster.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you or publish for you. Your Honor, can we toggle back over? States 141.
There's not a care in the world, this guy.
Do you see the screen in front of you? Do you see that address, 2091 South Milledge Avenue?
Yes.
And that is located in Athens, Clark County, Georgia.
It is.
Is that where you found this jacket?
It is.
Who's that we see in your body
That
cam
is
video?
Detective Norris from the University of Georgia Police Department. He's the one currently standing on the side of the dumpster. The gentleman on the right is, I'm not sure of his rank at this time, but it is, when I was there, Lieutenant Graham.
Okay. So are those ACC PD officers or UGA?
Dumpster diving.
The first 30 seconds is silent on all of our videos. It gives a chance to buffer and go backwards from time of activation.
Okay. So we'll hear volume in a second.
Yes, about 10 seconds.
They've got him on video.
Come on.
Here he goes. Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Oh, shit. There's hair on the buttons, ripped up sleeves.
Bundle it up with whatever is. Yeah, let me open that bag.
All right. You a brunette?
Yes.
This has to be his jacket.
Women's long hair wrapped up in the buttons.
Oh my.
Let's stop it at 258 in the top, which of course is UTC. So
Women's
if it's
hair
258
in the
UTC
buttons.
minus 5 hours, about what time of night was this?
9:58?
Thank you so
Pardon?
much, Dandy.
9:58?
9:58?
PM,
Okay.
yes.
PM.
Good for me now.
So I think you did that right. 2:23:24 to 58 UTC is 9:58 PM on the 22nd day of February 2020.
Yes.
Thank you. I heard you just ask, was she a brunette? Why did you ask that question?
Because the hair wrapped up in the buttons appeared to be darker than appeared to be full black, and it definitely wasn't blonde. So.
All right.
While I'm in here, stand by. Are we looking for a white coffee cup?
I wonder what that meant. Wait.
It's not the same. It's part of some other trash.
I know. It's one of my pet peeves.
I know I still talk
Drives
about
me
that.
nuts, these guys.
I don't see anything else sticking out. You good with it?
Maybe Trump will finish that wall.
What? Been called dumb before. You don't want to satisfy a report. That is fine.
How many dumpsters had you looked at that evening before you got to this one?
Before to this one, I believe there's one dumpster area located behind the Tall Boy Liquor Store, which is at the intersection of Millage and the Inner Loop exit ramp. So that would be 1 or 2 dumpsters there, the other one on that property, and then including the 2 more, so that puts us at 5, and this dumpster makes 6, somewhere in that area.
And we heard you say something about a coffee cup, a white coffee cup.
Correct.
What was that all about? What were you looking for?
In the, what are we calling it? The grainy photo?
Sure.
In the grainy photo, it appears that the subject's carrying a coffee cup.
Okay, well, hold on just a second. Maybe toggle back over. In states 144, do you see the cup you were talking about?
I do.
Okay, is that in the person's right or left hand?
Their left hand.
So is that
what you were looking for in the dumpster?
Yes, I just remembered seeing the photo and seeing a white coffee cup, but it didn't appear large enough. I picked it up.
And so you didn't find that, but you looked.
Correct.
And anything else in the dumpster that was suspicious to you?
No.
Did you notice, and the dumpster seemed kind of high, I mean, how high was it for you to get out? You stood in it, so how tall are you?
My license says 6 foot, it's like 5'11".
Okay.
But in boots, I'm 6 foot, and it's a hair taller than me, so probably 6'3", 6'4". The slit for the opening is, I believe I have to get on my tippy toes to look into it.
Okay.
So that's probably in the area of 6 feet.
All right. And when you hopped out of the dumpster, did you see a camera?
Yes.
Let me back up a little bit, and I want you to show us the camera that you saw when you got out. I'm gonna go back to where you hop out, and I want you to tell me to stop when you see the camera.
He just looks so bored.
Oh, sorry.
Unless there's pictures of the victim.
So for the record now, I have states 141.
Sick.
And I'm at, I'm just using the UTC time at this point at 2:59.
So,
I'm stopping it now at 2:59.
yeah. So this apartment right here is Bravo 32 at Raintree Apartments. In that doorway, on the left side, you can kind of see a dark spot right there. That dark spot in a clearer video would clearly be a security footage camera of that residence.
Oh.
And did you let UGAPD or UGPD know that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Officer Davis?
Yes.
So we obviously see you get the jacket, take custody of the jacket, and before you put it into that paper bag, you were sort of talking to the other officers who were outside of the dumpster, right? Describing a little bit.
Correct.
And one of the things we hear you say is that it's torn.
Correct.
And do you recall how many tears?
I do not. I did not want to manipulate the jacket any more than I needed to package it, but I also wanted to get as much of a description that I could at the time.
And then, and obviously you didn't examine it further after you packaged it up.
Correct.
That's all I have.
No, sir.
Be excused.
Yes, sir.
Objection, Mr. Brown. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next witness is gonna be a little lengthy, so we'll take our afternoon break. So I can
Oh, break time.
Okay.
do this. Probably the 10th break.
All right, 10-minute recess.
Okay. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Da, 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 da. Oh, there we go. Afternoon break is done, just like that. Come on, come on.
Second, we had a call go out for a non-accidental death at the intramural fields. I responded to that area to help process the scene.
Were you the lead assigned to process the scene, or did you all call another agency to assist you?
I initially headed that way, and we hadn't called another agency at that time. While I was taking pictures of the scene, I was informed that the GBI was called to come in and process the scene, so I stood by at that point.
When you entered the scene that day, how did you enter the scene?
I went in after crime scene specialist Stewart came in. I kind of followed her as she was taking pictures of the overall area.
At some point, did you observe a item that was not actually within the crime scene, but kind of close to it?
Yes, on the way to where the actual scene itself was, I do remember seeing a white styrofoam cup that was right off the main road leading toward where the scene was. Stood out because it's typically a very clean area right there at the University of Georgia at the intramural fields. So I made a mental note of that at that point.
And did you eventually photograph that cup and collect it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 116 through 120. So if you look at those for me.
Eighth witness already. They are saying that this could go to the jury very quick. So we'll see what
Do you
tomorrow.
recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photos that I took of the cup where it stood when I first saw it.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the cup as you saw it on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
They would move to admit 116 to 120.
No objection.
They're admitted.
About what time did you arrive on scene, and about what time did you observe that cup?
My arrival on scene was right around 12:57 is when we arrived at the intramural fields.
And when did you observe that cup?
Immediately upon arrival.
Your Honor, could you toggle back over to Elmo? Thank you. With the court's permission, may I publish 116?
Yes.
Through 120. 116, tell us what we're looking at here.
This is the main route into the intramural field area. There's a large rock on the left. The road that continues past the rock, past that and to the left is where the actual crime scene was.
Okay, so where my pin is, you see that truck?
Yes.
Is that in the direction of where the crime scene was?
Yes.
And to get from where this rock is to where the crime scene is, how do you get there?
The primary route, if you're on a vehicle, it's going to be going directly past that cup toward where the vehicle is, and then the road curves off to the left.
State's Exhibit 117, what is that?
That's a closer up image of the rock in the cup.
118, what does that depict?
It's the same thing. It's just moving in a little bit closer to where the cup and the rock are.
And you showed us where the cup is using the pointer in 118? Up, you gotta go up behind you. You can't. put it
Oh,
on the
sorry.
screen.
Right.
It's in the middle of 118? 119.
Right here.
In the middle, okay, you can have a seat again. And then State's Exhibit 120, what direction is that?
This is going to be facing toward the east, back toward family housing area.
And do you see the cup in State's 120?
No, not in this image. Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's
is it hard to
kinda
see
grainy.
because of the glare?
Yeah.
All right. All right, so you pointed out in the right side of the photograph. In this photograph, where is the university housing that you mentioned?
University housing is right here on the hill behind the trees.
Thank you. So, did you collect this cup?
Yes,
And when you went to collect the cup, did it have anything in it or was it empty?
it had a liquid inside of the cup.
And did you smell the liquid?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you smell?
It smelled like alcohol.
Have a good night, Ruthie. Sweet dreams.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Dandy.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit 148. And ask that you look inside of that and I'll ask you questions.
Yeah.
Do you recognize State's 148?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the cup that I collected. That was featured in that photograph.
And did the cup that you collect also have a straw with it?
Yes.
And is this cup in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And do you see the straw and the top to the cup as well?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit State's 148, request permission to publish.
Okay.
148 submitted in May.
Prior to collecting the cup, what did you do with the liquid?
I poured it in a separate container and sealed that separate from the cup.
So this is his cup?
State's Exhibit, I'm going to approach you with what is marked State's Exhibit 154. Do you recognize State's 154?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a map of the intramural field where the cup was and also where the crime scene was.
And with using State's 154, aid you in your testimony before the court today to show him the relationship between the cup and the crime scene.
Yes.
And this is an accurate overhead image of the crime scene from that day. I mean, as it was depicted that day.
Yes.
Statement moved to admit 154, request permission to publish.
I'm happy to have to be, but it's very much for purpose.
For that purpose.
No.
I know I did.
If you could use your pointer again and show us here what we're looking at. Can the court and the council see?
Okay. This is the location of where that cup was, right here next to the rock. And this road is the main road that I took to the crime scene, which then loops around and comes back through here. And this is where the scene itself was.
And in State's 154, do you also see Building S?
Yes, right here.
And is it marked Building S?
Yes.
And then also, did you respond to a call later that evening to an apartment complex named Argo, sometimes called Rain Tree, but it's at 2084 Millage Avenue?
I did, yes.
And do you see that also in State's Exhibit 154?
Yes, right. Right here.
At the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, you can have a seat. In addition to collecting that cup, did you assist Special Agent Stewart in processing the scene?
Yes.
Tell us how you assisted.
I assisted her by collecting the actual items that were on the scene, by helping her physically put them in the bags, the collection bags. Also, when I collected the cup, and when we found the victim's cell phone, I collected, or Agent Stewart collected that, and then I processed it.
Also, the items that were collected by yourself and Special Agent Stewart that day, were they sealed by you?
Yes.
And were they dropped off at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab for processing sealed?
Yes.
Did you collect the Garmin?
They have a
watch
lot
off
of
Laken
evidence.
Riley's body?
I did.
And did you also
Jesus,
bag
this
her hands on the
guy.
scene?
I did.
How
I
did
don't
you bag her
understand
hands on
why
the
they
scene?
bother.
Using CSS Stewart provided me with the handbags that she had, and I placed it on the victim's hands.
I'm going to hand you two items. The first one is State's Exhibit 146. And the next one is State's Exhibit 153. I'm going to ask you about 146 first. Do you recognize 146?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the bag that I placed the victim's watch in after I removed it from her wrist.
And if you open up on the side, you see inside the bag?
Yes.
And what's inside the bag?
The Garmin Forerunner watch.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Watches and
Yes.
phones,
And when
what
you
they
arrived
can
on scene,
do.
was the watch still running?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 146.
No, 146 submitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So much information on these things nowadays.
And there's 153. I'm going to ask you about 153.
I still have wind-ups.
Tell us about when the phone was found. How did you physically process the phone?
Using a sterile brush and sterile black powder that Agent Stewart had in her crime scene vehicle.
Okay, and did y'all do that together as well?
She photographed the item prior to me processing it. After she was done photographing it, I physically processed the phone itself.
Okay. And were you able to lift a latent lift off of that phone?
Yes.
If you could look at States 153, what is that?
This is the latent lift from that phone.
The state would move to admit States 153.
153 is admitted.
And I want to ask you, did you note on the lift card where on the phone you found that impression? Or developed that impression? Or saw that impression?
Yes, there's a drawing on the front of the print card itself on where that print came from.
All right, is that the mark that you have there? Is that an X?
Yes.
And I'll publish that to the court. So it's this drawing here where it says sketch and an X.
Correct.
That's where you saw the impression.
Correct.
And this latent lift card and Special Agent Stewart's photographs of the latent lift that you all saw on Laken Riley's phone on the 22nd day of February 2024. What did you do with those items? What happened to the photographs and the latent lift card itself?
Those were provided to Tim Stewart with Athens Clarke County Police Department.
And what was the purpose of providing those items to him?
He is the local APHIS fingerprint examiner. So those were provided for him for comparison purposes and to run on APHIS.
I want to direct your attention to later on that evening. About what time did you leave the crime scene?
We left, the crime scene work was actually complete around 8:45. We left closer to 9 o'clock.
When you left, where did you go?
We were headed back to the station. On the way there, I received notification that Officer Davis with the Athens Clarke County Police Department had found some items, a jacket that may have been related to our crime scene.
So did you respond to that location?
Yes.
When you were there, what, if anything, did you collect or see?
While we were on the scene, I collected, I handed an evidence bag to Officer Davis with Athens Clarke County Police Department. He put a blue jacket inside of that bag, and we also collected a set of gloves that were found in a bush nearby where the dumpster was.
Not a smart guy at all.
What has been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 121 and 130 through 130. Not in, but through 121.
I've never seen such a bored-looking person in a trial when he's the one on trial.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
These are pictures of what I took that evening of the dumpster that the jacket was found in, the jacket itself that was in the dumpster, and then the gloves that were found in the bush, the relation of the bush to where the dumpster is.
So much evidence.
Pick those items as you saw them on that evening.
Yes.
Same with you at 121 to 130.
No objection.
121 through 130.
It wasn't me. Honest. They're framing me. This is ridiculous.
The dumpster that the jacket was found in is right here.
Okay, can you dim the lights again? Because now the glare is back. Thank you.
This dumpster right here is where the jacket was found in.
And that's the one closest to the patrol car?
And they missed a lot of the other evidence because that had been picked
I
up.
mean, as far as what agency?
Athens Clarke County Police Department.
Thank you. 122, what are we looking at there?
It's another image of the dumpster just from another angle.
123.
And closer up image of the dumpster itself.
124.
And there it is.
This is an overhead view inside the dumpster. You can see the edge of the dumpster where I held the camera up and photographed the jacket that was found inside.
125.
And it's a closer up image of the jacket itself, just with a little bit better lighting.
All right, and do you see a button on that jacket?
Yes.
Can you point that out? And on your photograph, do you see anything around the button?
Yes, there was hair around this button.
Wow.
126.
The jacket itself again.
And so you said there were some bushes.
Correct.
And you went and looked there and recovered some gloves. What brought you to do that? How did you go to look in some bushes?
As we were searching the area around where the jacket was found, we had noticed that there was a security camera in one of the apartments nearby. We spoke with a resident of that apartment, and he allowed us to
So I think that is what we watched at the closer to the beginning when it showed him kind of come into the frame, go over to the dumpster, and then tootle around a little bit. That must be from this place that he's talking about now.
View his camera footage from that security camera that was pointed at the dumpster. After watching that security footage, we noticed that somebody had put an item in that dumpster. And then after they put the item in the dumpster, they walked toward the bush and appeared to put something in the bush as well. So we checked that specific area of the bush where you could see somebody put something in there.
And what, if anything, did you see in the bush when you checked it?
Some gloves that were wrapped up together.
What kind of gloves?
They were black, black gloves.
Latex? Latex.
No, not cloth.
States 130, what is that depict?
That is a picture of the bush in relation to where the dumpster itself was.
Can you tell us which bush you went into? Because I see 2 in States 130.
Yes, I believe it was this one, but one of the other pictures should show it from a different angle as well.
Okay. States 127.
Yeah, it was this bush right here.
When you say this one, is that the one in the middle?
Correct, the one in the middle. It was found right here in these branches.
States 129.
That's how the gloves were situated. We hadn't touched them or anything at this point. This is how they were found in the bush.
And 128.
That's a little bit closer up or further off image of where the gloves were found in the bush.
And how many gloves were there?
I did not unravel the gloves on scene.
Okay, so what did you do with them?
They were turned into the GBI crime lab afterwards.
And did you package them before you did that?
Yes,
How did you package them?
I packaged them in a paper bag.
And the same question with the jacket. When the jacket
Don't
was
fall
collected,
asleep
did you
there,
package
Jose.
it?
Yes,
And did you seal it?
yes,
Did you seal the gloves also?
I did.
And were those items delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 147 and 149. I'm going to leave them both up here if you're going to ask them to look at 147.
Yes.
Must be the code.
What is 147?
This is the jacket that was recovered from the dumpster.
And it has gone to the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
For testing.
Yes.
The state will move to admit state 149. 147.
Any objection?
No objection.
147 is admitted.
Published.
Yes.
And is there a hood on this jacket that I'm holding?
Yes.
She's holding it by the hood. That's it? Is she putting it back? Okay.
149.
That was interesting. Just getting it into evidence? Is that the...
First of all, do you recognize the outer packaging, which is in marked 149?
Yes.
And inside 149 is what? Just describe what it is.
Yep. 3 individual envelopes inside there.
And do you see a crime lab number associated with those?
Yes.
And could you just read that out for the record?
It's 2024-1005-107.
And those 3 items, go ahead and look inside.
I know, right, Dandy? It's like, what? The handling is kind of interesting. Not in a good way.
And do you recognize those 3 items inside the envelopes?
Those are 3 black gloves.
And the statement moved to admit states 149.
No objection.
149 submitted.
And may I publish on a?
Interesting.
I'm going to publish one of these out of 149.
I'm not sure that she's changing her gloves. Very interesting indeed.
In front of you also is 145. So I'm going to ask you, after the collection of the gloves and the jacket, did you have the opportunity to also assist Special Agent Stewart in processing of the defendant in this case and collecting a sample of his DNA and photographing him?
Yes.
When did that occur?
This occurred on the 23rd.
Of what month?
The 23rd of February.
2024.
Yes.
And where did that occur?
At the Athens-Clarke County East Precinct.
And were you the person that actually physically swabbed the defendant to get a sample of his DNA?
Yes.
And was that done after obtaining first search warrant?
Yes.
The sample of his DNA, tell the court how exactly you went about collecting it.
I collected buccal swabs using 2 sterile cotton swabs on the inside of his cheek.
Okay, and then did you label them?
Yes.
Did you seal them?
Yes.
And were they delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
The person that you swabbed that day on the 23rd day of February, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue and white checkered shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. States, can you give me the evidence number again? Is that 145?
145.
Are those the swabs that you collected?
Yes.
And this time, Your Honor, the statement moved to admit states 145.
No objection.
145 submitted.
They should have gone through the witnesses.
Moving on to other matters that you did in this case, I want to hand you what has been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 131 through 139. If you could look at those for me.
What's going on there, young man? Oh.
Recognize those?
Yes.
What are
These are pictures that I took of a bag that was seized by ACCPD from Diego Ibarra.
What day did you obtain
brother,
that bag
right?
from ACCPD?
Diego's the brother.
The bag was obtained from ACCPD on the 26th of February, 2024.
When you obtained from ACCPD a bag that belonged to Diego Ibarra, did you search the bag?
Yes.
And did you look at the items inside the bag?
Yes.
And did you photograph the items inside the bag?
Yes.
And do states exhibits 131 through 139 depict the photographs that you took?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the items of Diego's bag and items inside the bag as you saw them on February 26th of 2024?
Yes.
I have a few questions about Diego. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know. Some of the things that they've said about him make me wonder what he knew or knows at this point. I don't know. Something's up with Diego.
State would move to admit 131 through 139.
No objection.
In my opinion.
And may I publish?
Yes.
And in looking through the items that belonged to Diego Ibarra, did you see any items that had any blood on it?
No.
States 131, what's that?
That's a picture of the bag.
States 134, what are those?
Those are 2 gloves that were found inside of the bag.
States 135.
The other side of those gloves that were found in the bag.
Now, are those cloth gloves or plastic gloves?
Those are cloth gloves. One of them is kind of a mix of leather type material and cloth.
And were there any blood on these items?
No.
Or was there any blood on those items?
No.
137.
That's a picture of the inside of the bag itself.
138.
That is the shoes that were inside the bag. I took those out and photographed them.
And these are just other items. Let's see, 136.
Those were found inside the bag as well.
139.
Those also found inside the bag.
133.
That was inside the bag.
132.
And that was in the bag as well.
Did you collect from the Athens Clarke County Police Department a black Adidas style hat?
Yes.
Tell us under what circumstances you collected that and when.
That was collected at the same time that I collected the bag from the Athens Clarke County Police Department. There was a search warrant that Sergeant Rabu had obtained for those items that had been taken off Diego Ibarra when he was taken into custody by ACCPD.
The black Adidas style hat, did you look at it?
When I collected it, I did not. It was already sealed in a bag from the Athens Clarke County Police Department.
And that sealed bag, did you take that sealed bag to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I did.
And I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 151. Do you recognize your handwriting on States 151?
Yes.
So what is States 151?
This is the evidence bag that I placed the Athens Clarke County evidence bag inside of.
Okay, and what was inside the Athens Clarke County bag?
A black Adidas hat.
And was that all delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit States 151 and link it up with another one, Mr.
No objection.
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering.
States 151, do you also see that same crime lab number on States 151?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely what I'm wondering.
Did you also obtain a cell phone, a blue Motorola cell phone seized from Diego Ibarra from ACCPD?
I did at the same time that I picked up the bag and the hat.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 152.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is, this is the cell phone that was seized or that was collected from ACCPD. I then placed it inside of one of our evidence bags.
Was that the cell phone seized from Diego Ibarra on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Say we move to admit States 152.
No objection.
152 submitted.
Of all the items, just globally, so I want to make sure that this was clear for the record. Of all the items that you collected from the scene of Laken Riley's murder, so that would be Daniela Stewart's numbers 1 through 8, you know what I'm talking about? Her evidence markers?
Yes.
Yes. All of those items that you collected, did you seal those items yourself?
Yes.
And did you deliver those to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is it Lieutenant Saunders?
Yes.
Lieutenant, you were called to the scene on February 22nd, you said around 2:00 p.m.?
No.
You can look at your report. If you
Yeah, we
refresh.
arrived around 12:57.
12:57, okay. And you had initially started to process, or you were moving toward the scene to process it yourself.
I was right. Before I was notified that the GBI was on the way, I took some photographs of the overall scene.
Sure. And then when you were told GBI was sending somebody, you kind of held off until they arrived.
Correct.
And is it fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any investigative act that you took the lead on, or were you just letting her and following along behind her?
The only thing that I didn't, or that I collected without being in the presence of Agent Stewart, was the styrofoam cup and the jacket and the gloves later on.
Okay. Let's talk about the latent fingerprint discovered on the phone. That was later at night, around 9 o'clock. You can refer to your report.
It was later at night. It was a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And before you processed it for fingerprints, you noticed that it was the fingerprint appeared to be made with some sort of reddish substance.
There appeared to be some sort of reddish substance in the fingerprint.
Did you believe it was blood?
I wasn't sure what it was.
Okay. Was it a liquid red substance?
It appeared to be made from a liquid, yes.
Okay. So we have heard you use the term processed. What do you mean by processed?
When I say process, it can mean different things, but in this particular case, I mean using fingerprint powder and a fingerprint brush to make the print itself stand out.
And what is that fingerprint powder made of?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. When you use fingerprint powder on a substance, is that substance then able to be chemically examined, or does the fingerprint powder kind of ruin whatever chemical substance was there before?
So I know the fingerprint powder and the brush we use is DNA free. As far as chemical processing afterwards, I can't say whether or not that would prevent anything like that from being done.
Was the surface of the phone ever tested for DNA?
The surface of the phone was swabbed.
And were those swabs sent off for DNA testing?
They were given to the GBI crime lab.
And was that done after the latent print was processed?
Yes.
I had a question. I noticed that both you and Ms. Ross are putting on gloves to handle the evidence today. Can you explain why that is?
We change our gloves between handling different items of evidence to avoid any sort of cross-contamination with the DNA.
Because DNA can be transferred by as simple as a touch. Is that right?
I can't say how much of a touch it takes to transfer DNA.
But your testimony a moment ago was that you put on gloves to avoid transferring that DNA.
Correct.
When we looked at States 147, the blue jacket, part of the jacket was actually kind of missing. You could see the white lining inside the jacket.
Correct.
That was a cutting that wasn't there when you photographed the jacket in the dumpster. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so that was done later at the crime lab.
Correct.
And so I just wanted to clarify that's not the tear you guys are talking about when you see the dumpster in the video.
The large cutting is not the tear that we saw in the dumpster.
Okay. So one thing that it was hard for us to see in here was the condition of the gloves. Now, you were present when defense counsel looked at the gloves a couple weeks ago or last week.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And we actually kind of like spread them out on the table. And the gloves, they're not latex gloves, right?
I'm not sure what material they are.
What I mean by that is they're not the stretchery, rubbery consistence of the gloves that you and Miss Ross are
They're
wearing.
not. No, they're not like stretchy material.
They're more like, I don't know, papery, thin material.
They are thinner gloves.
Would it be consistent to say they look like food service gloves?
I've never worked in the food service industry, so I can't.
When you pull them out of the bag now, they've been kind of cut along the entire seam so that they're almost like a butterfly effect spread out.
Correct.
But in your report, you document, or you and a detective or Miss Stewart document, there are some tears in the gloves. How were those documented before they were cut up for processing?
So when I collected the gloves, they were still bundled up in a ball. I did not undo the ball to photograph the condition. From what I understand, from when they were photographed at the crime lab, a tear was seen in the gloves.
So when you picked up the gloves, they were tangled up in one bundle, as you said.
They were all together in a ball.
And when you got them back, they had already been kind of cut out and kind of expanded for the process.
They had been processed at the crime lab.
Okay. So you didn't ever have a chance to document kind of the condition of the gloves.
I did not.
But you are aware that there were 3 of them that came back?
I did not know how many gloves were in the bundle when I collected it.
But you are aware that 3 of them came back?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you about DNA collection. The same day that you collected DNA from multiple individuals, is that right?
The only swabs that I did was on Jose.
So you didn't collect the swabs for the other individuals being tested?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of who collected those swabs?
I know I didn't collect them.
When you went to collect Mr. Ibarra's DNA, you first tried buccal swabs?
Yes.
Okay. I learned today that they're pronounced buccal, not buccal. But those are the inside of the cheek?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also did swabs around the fingernail area?
Correct.
And Ms. Stewart said that was because the fingernails were too short to be cut. Is that right?
They were too short to be cut.
Okay. And did you send those swabbings off to the lab as well?
Those, I would have to see my evidence sheet to see if they were sent off.
So you're not sure if they were sent off?
They were not tested.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. So you never got them back from the lab with a result on them?
I know they were not tested.
But you just don't know if you sent them off to be tested?
I couldn't tell you without looking at the evidence sheet.
I want to talk briefly about what you found in Diego's gray bag. You showed us a picture of cloth gloves that were in the bag.
Correct.
And it's a little hard to tell, but you would agree with me that those are not from the same pair of gloves.
No, they're 2 different style gloves.
Do they still comprise a left and a right hand, to your knowledge?
One of them is a cloth hand, a cloth glove. It's kind of like these.
Okay.
It could be on the right or the left hand.
Okay. But you never found the other 2 matching gloves that would have completed those 2 sets throughout your investigation?
Those were the only 2 gloves in the bag.
And when you're looking at items for blood, how do you do that?
Visual inspection.
Did you use any sort of, infrared lighting to see if blood was apparent on these gloves?
No, it's just visual inspection.
It's just visual inspection. Did you consider using any sort of specialized lighting or chemicals to see if there was blood on those gloves?
I can just tell you I didn't.
Okay.
I just looked at the gloves.
And those gloves were not sent off to the lab?
No. It appeared to be made from a liquid, yes.
Okay. So we have heard you use the term process. What do you mean by processed?
When I say process, it can mean different things, but in this particular case, I mean using fingerprint powder and a fingerprint brush to make the print itself stand out.
And what is that fingerprint powder made of?
I'm not 100%.
I want to talk to you about DNA collection. The same day that you collected DNA from multiple individuals, is that right?
The only swabs that I did was on Jose.
So you didn't collect the swabs for the other individuals being tested?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of who collected those swabs?
I know I didn't collect them.
When you went to collect Mr. Ibarra's DNA, you first tried buccal swabs?
Yes.
Okay. I learned today that they're pronounced buccal, not buccal. But those are the inside of the cheek.
Correct.
Okay. And then you also did swabs around the fingernail area.
Correct.
And Ms. Stewart said that was because the fingernails were too short to be cut. Is that right?
They were too short to be cut.
Okay. And did you send those swabbings off to the lab as well?
Those, I would have to see my evidence sheet to see if they were sent off.
So you're not sure if they were sent off?
They were not tested.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. So you never got them back from the lab with a result on them?
I know they were not tested.
But you just don't know if you sent them off to be tested?
I couldn't tell you without looking at the evidence sheet.
I want to talk briefly about what you found in Diego's gray bag. You showed us a picture of cloth gloves that were in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a little hard to tell, but you would agree that those are not from the same pair of gloves.
No, they're two different style gloves.
Do they still comprise a left and a right hand, to your knowledge?
One of them is a cloth hand, a cloth glove. It's kind of like these.
Okay.
It could be on the right or the left hand.
Okay. But you never found the other two matching gloves that would have completed those two sets throughout your investigation?
Those were the only two gloves in the bag.
And when you were looking at items for blood, how do you do that?
Visual inspection.
Did you use any sort of, infrared lighting to see if blood was apparent on these gloves?
No, it was just visual inspection.
It's just visual inspection. Did you consider using any sort of specialized lighting or chemicals to see if there was blood on those gloves?
I can just tell you I didn't.
Okay.
I just looked at the gloves.
And those gloves were not sent off to the lab?
No.
Okay. Just a moment.
Yeah, this can't be good. Why is the evidence not making it to the lab? Wow. That's a little bit of a shocker. See what else they
Just
did.
to clarify a point of your testimony, Mr. Saunders, you said that no item collected from Diego had blood. But just to clarify, the black Adidas hat was collected from Diego. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can tell you nothing in the bag that I looked through had blood that I was able to see.
Understood.
Just briefly. And if you felt like you needed to do more of an examination of those items from Diego's backpack, you could have sent them off, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anything that you saw in there in that backpack that made you think there was blood on any of those items?
No, there was nothing that would indicate there was blood on anything in that backpack.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Beck?
No, you are.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Call the
Not
next
sent
witness.
to the lab.
Preston Norris.
The mistakes that are made in these cases just literally blow me away. Why take them if you're not going to test them? And this guy did a bad thing. So that's fine.
Can I have 175?
Got a cop. Nice pink tie. I didn't test the gloves.
Raise your right hand, please, sir.
Of them.
Do you swear affirm the testimony that you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia Versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and spell it, Madam Clerk.
First name is Preston, Preston. Last name Norris, N is in November, ORRIS.
Where you work?
University of Georgia Police.
How long have you worked there?
Going on 6 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant in the Criminal Investigations Division.
That is your rank, and you tell us where you work, but what do you do day in and day out?
So I am now the evidence custodian and property management detective in the Detective Bureau. So I'll also oversee a group of corporal detectives and work cases that are assigned to me whenever they come in.
Were you assigned as the lead investigator in the murder of Laken?
I was.
Tell us, first of all, did you respond to the scene of her murder?
I did.
What time did you get there?
Approximately 1 o'clock.
What did you do while you were there?
I assisted Sergeant Daniel Saunders. Well, he's a lieutenant now. He was the lead evidence custodian at the time. I assisted him and GBI Special Agent Daniela Stewart in processing the crime scene.
And assisting them, at some point, were you an individual or the individual that was able to locate Laken Riley's phone?
I was.
Tell the court about that process and how it is that you were able to find her phone.
Okay, so we were unable to find her phone that entire day. We had evidence that showed that it was still in the area based on what her roommates were saying, that it was still pinging near where the body was found. And we also...
Did you get there?
Approximately 1 o'clock.
What did you do while you were there?
I assisted Sergeant Daniel Saunders. Well, he's a lieutenant now. He was the lead evidence custodian at the time. I assisted him and GBI Special Agent Daniela Stewart in processing the crime scene.
And assisting them, at some point, were you an individual or the individual that was able to locate Laken Riley's phone?
I was.
Tell the court about that process and how it is that you were able to find her phone.
Okay, so we were unable to find her phone that entire day. We had evidence that showed that it was still in the area based on what her roommates were saying, that it was still pinging near where the body was found. And we also had live pings coming from Verizon, which was the cell phone provider that Laken had. So we knew it was still in the area. We believed it may be under where her body was located. So as soon as the coroner removed her body, we first searched in that area for the cell phone. It was not there. So then I started a periodic search around where the body was located. And about 25 minutes into that process, I found the phone.
Okay. By the time that you did that, what's a periodic search?
So I did like a 20-yard perimeter of where her body was found. So I went directly in front of where the body was found, looked in that area, kind of moved to the right, basically moved in a circle around the body within like 20 yards, shining my flashlight just to see if I could get anything to reflect off the light. And the phone did reflect off my flashlight.
So by the time that you were doing that, was it dark?
It was very dark.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This is my flex cam footage of me finding the cell phone.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of that process?
It is.
And the state would move to Exhibit 171, request permission to publish.
No objection. 171 submitted, you may publish.
Can we toggle back over, Your Honor? Is that you that just talked?
Yes, that is my voice.
What did you say?
I almost stepped on it.
And by it, you meant?
The cell phone.
All right, so you see your flashlight. What time was this now, if you look at the time on your flex cam?
In Eastern Standard Time, this is 6:56 in the evening.
And what are the white things that we see in your reflection of your light?
Dust, bugs.
Dust and bugs.
Just stuff.
Things that are in the woods?
Yes.
So you locate the phone, and then who ends up collecting that?
Daniela Stewart with the GBI and Sergeant Saunders.
So how long were you at the scene the day Laken Riley was in?
Roughly 8.5 hours, I'd say.
And at some point, when you left, where did you go?
We were on the way back to the police station when Captain Graham received a call. In the vehicle was Captain Graham, Sergeant Saunders, and myself. He received a call from someone at ACCPD in reference to one of their officers locating a jacket at the, I refer to it as the Argo Apartments, located at 2085 South Millage Avenue. One of their officers had found a jacket that they wanted us to look at.
The Argo Apartments located there off Millage Avenue, are those located in Clark County, Georgia?
Yes, they are.
I'm sorry, Athens, Clark County, Georgia.
Yes.
And is that on UGA property, or how close is that to UGA?
It abuts UGA property, roughly 50 yards from UGA property.
So you went over there, and what happened once you got there?
So first things first, we met with Officer Zach Davis, who was the one that located the jacket. We kind of got a brief from him, what exactly what he had noticed inside the recycling dumpster.
Yeah, good
I
question.
tried to look in through the slit. I could not see anything inside the dumpster, so I climbed over the side of the dumpster to get a look at the jacket. And after I made those observations, I agreed that we needed to collect it. And once I jumped back off of the dumpster, I was kind of looking in the area for anything else that stood out to me. And when I turned to my right, I saw a video camera that was looking at me at one of the neighboring apartments.
What did you do after you saw the video?
I went and talked to the resident who lived in that apartment.
Did the resident allow you in?
Yes.
And what's his name for the record?
Edwin Edelinsky.
Could you spell his
Edwin
last name?
Edelinsky.
Edelinsky.
When he allowed you in, what did you ask, and what did you do while you were in his apartment?
I asked him if it was his apartment and if he knew if the video camera was working that was facing towards the dumpster. And he said that it was.
Yeah. Don't tell me what he said, but did he allow you to look at his video?
Yes, he did.
And did you look at his video?
I did.
From apartment B32?
Yes,
And did you collect video from apartment B32?
I did.
And I'm going to then show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 173. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It is a video clip that I collected from the owner of that residence.
And it is a fair and accurate recording of the video that you collected from B32.
That is correct.
State would move to admit 173.
Objection to 173.
They're just piling through the witnesses. Blows me away. I don't think it'll take long. It's defense will be done. State will have its chance, and this guy needs to be locked up and sent back.
Judge, I think that this is without Mr. Edelinsky here to verify that that was captured and that the system was working appropriately, that would not be admissible.
That's not required. It's just a matter of what he saw that day, and he reported himself that evening. So I think we have created the appropriate foundation for that.
I would move over objection.
Thank you, Judge.
So States 173 and the request permission to publish. When you viewed that evening in his apartment,
Yes.
and you got a recording of it from him, correct?
Yes, he emailed it to me.
And you also saw it yourself from his device, right?
Yes, yes.
What type of camera did he have?
It was a UFI camera, EUFI.
And the thing that he emailed you, was it exactly the identical video that you had seen with your own eyes from his UFI camera when you were standing inside his apartment?
Yes.
It is nice. It is nice. Hi, lazy boys. Hello. Oh, did you guys get into the boat?
That's the wrong clip.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me look at the date. Oh, wait, these are the wrong ones,
yeah.
sorry. Is it the one in the middle?
It's a different.
Oh,
flash
the different
drive.
one. Hold on, just 1 minute. It says, guys, you obtained a lot of UFI video
Yes,
from
I did.
this one that I just showed then, which is 173. Just tell us what UFI clips these are.
These are video clips of two Hispanic males that Sophia and Lily saw the day of the murder on the 22nd.
And you obtained those as well in the same manner?
Yes, I did.
Hold on just 1 moment. We're missing a thumb drive. I can't read your handwriting. You may have to. Is that say 124?
Yeah, that's not
it.
So where does that leave us with 170?
We're still going to it with that and make it relevant a little bit.
Okay, so you're withdrawing 173.
No, I still want the 173 and that part of 173 as well. There were several UV clips, so I'll get him to explain which clips these are.
Okay.
And may we have
Let me make sure I understand. All of 173 came from that apartment camera that was focused on. Is that what-
That's correct. All of 173 came from apartment UFI camera from B32.
Okay.
It's just that he got several different days and different clips from that day from B32, and this one is just a different one than the one that I am looking for with the thumb drive that we cannot find right now. So 1 moment, Your Honor. This has got to be in there somewhere.
Judge, while we're here, I know that the state's looking to admit this. We have the same objection to this, which is that Officer Norris cannot independently verify that the system that was capturing these videos was working appropriately, and thus it's all hearsay. He doesn't know. He's not able to lay that foundation.
Well, how is it different from a homeowner that comes in and then retrieves a recording that wasn't there to see it? It's unlike a photograph where people take a photograph and you ask about a foundation, about them being able to testify that it accurately depicts the scene at the time. I don't know what the difference would be.
I think it's less about the accuracy of the scene itself, which no one could testify to who didn't actually see it themselves. It's whether or not the video that is captured, it's the same way of any other surveillance video in a bar or a gas station, anything like that, that the owner and the operator of that system has to be able to testify that the system itself was working appropriately when the recording was made in order to lay the foundation for the video showing it is an actual video of what it's supposed to be. And so that's what the objection is, Judge.
That is absolutely not true under Georgia law. Georgia law has a statute that is aimed exactly at videos like this, and I will pull it up if I get my computer to come up, that talks about the authentication of videos that are self-recording, like rings, like UFI, like body cam, like dash cam. And the state has made the appropriate foundation, or has met the appropriate foundation for this type of video in this case.
And it's still.
And we're still turning here, but I need 1 moment, y'all. We have misplaced one thumb drive and I really do need to go find it real quick. May we take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
It is, we have about 27 thumb drives at this point and I cannot read his handwriting, so I need to find it briefly.
Would it help to see you step down?
Yes, maybe step down as well, but it might be in all of this as well. So let me, if I could.
Let's just do this.
32, meaning you showed up at her residence, you had access to her camera, and you looked at it yourself, and then you recorded them.
That's correct.
And can you testify that all the videos on State's Exhibit 174, whether it's from B32 or D124, are fair and accurate recordings of what you yourself saw on both B32 UFI and D124 ring?
That's correct.
Say we move to admit 174. Thank you.
Let me ask, is it 174 or 172?
Let me go see. I need to see it. It is 172.
Objection to 172.
There is, Judge, and it's because Officer Morris is not, I have no doubt that that's what he saw on this, because I think it's what we're gonna see. But the problem is whether or not he can competently testify as to where that came from, what it was reporting, whether that system was operating correctly.
I think under 249-923C, that's addressed.
Thank you. That was the statute number I was looking for. Thank you. So I'm going to now, with the court's permission, publish at least one of the videos off of 172.
I mean, it's got.
And we're going to talk about
right
the
up to
others
the
on
dumpster.
D124 a little later.
If it's the
But
one I
the
think
video
so.
that I'm going to publish off of States 172 would be the UFI video from apartment B32. First of all, as I'm publishing that first video, and there are 3 videos on States 172 for the record, this is the first video on that thumb drive. Do you see the dumpster that you were at that night in States Exhibit 172 in this video?
I do.
Can you please point to it for the court using a pointer? There's a pointer right in front of you.
This?
No.
It's old school.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
In the center of the screen?
Yes.
Do you see in the UFI video a date and time at the top?
I do, yes.
What is the date? What is the time?
February 22nd, 2024 at 09:43 in the morning.
I mean, they get pretty good side views of this guy's face. I'll walk on here while I'm on camera, you know. Just throw some gloves in here. Not suspicious at all. Suspicious.
Is that complete playing the clip of the B32 UFI video from the 22nd day of February, 2024 at 9:44 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, using this screen that's up is still 172 for the record. I want to ask you a series of questions about this exact location.
Okay.
And to do that, I have a map for you, which is already marked as States Exhibit 175. And I'm going to ask if you recognize page 175.
I do, yes.
What is it?
It is a overhead map of the immediate area surrounding the intramural fields and South Village Avenue.
And with using States 175, aid you in your testimony today before the court regarding the locations surrounding this area.
Yes, it would.
State would move to admit States 175, request permission to publish for demonstrative purposes only.
No objection to this purpose, Judge.
Very well, submitted for that purpose.
I don't know if it's going to fit. So I think what we can do, I think we need to set it down. So what we're going to do is set it right here, and not use the easel because it's too big. And if you could, Detective Norris, first of all, I need to make sure that His Honor can see. Can you see?
I can. I'll stand up as I need to.
And that counsel can see. Can y'all see? Yes. And if you could step down with the court's permission, but you have to keep your voice to Madam Court Reporter, and you have to keep your voice up so that she can hear you. Show the court what we're looking at here in State 175. I want to start with, use your pointer. Where'd the pointer go? I want to start with the apartment complex that we see here in this video, the Eufy video. It's at States 172. Where is that in this diagram?
The complex is right here in this area.
Okay. And where was Laken Riley's body discovered?
Right here in the intramural.
And there's an incident that we're going to talk about a little later, which is Building S. Where is that located in here?
This building right here.
Okay, with an S on it for the record. And then is Laken Riley's residence also depicted in here?
It is.
Could you show us that?
It's 1686 Millage Avenue Extension.
All right. So distance-wise, did you measure all of these distances? Okay. So I'd like you to tell us for the record, the distance between Laken Riley's body and that dumpster that we see in this UV video, what is that distance?
Roughly 400, 450 yards.
The distance between Building S and Laken Riley's body, what is that distance?
I believe it was roughly 400 yards.
The distance between Building S and that dumpster is what?
150 yards.
Okay.
Roughly.
All right. Is there a camera, a trail cam, or was there at the time? Did the University of Georgia Police Department have a trail cam up near Building S?
Yes, we had a trailer cam set up in front of Building S at the time, around this area.
Okay, right next to where the pedestrian is depicted in this
Yes, there's a
exhibit.
bus stop that was here, and it was right in front of the bus stop in that area.
What is a trailer cam? You can go ahead and resume your seat so Madam Court Reporter can hear you really well. What is a trailer cam?
So we have two of them in our department. You've probably seen them at department stores like Lowe's or Walmart. It's basically a set of cameras that are attached to a trailer that you can, it's a portable trailer that has cameras attached to the top of it. They usually have them at Lowe's or Walmart to prevent shoplifting.
I'm going to show you a few other state's exhibits. These are 156, 155, and 157. Ask if you recognize those.
I do, yes.
Let's take them one at a time. Let's first go with 156. What is State's 156?
This is a overhead of the Argo apartment complex.
The apartment complex that we see in this UV video?
That's correct.
The state would move to admit State's 156. State would move to admit 156.
156 is admitted.
While I'm up here, 155, what is that?
This is an overhead of the intramural fields, specifically the Oconee Forest Park area.
State would move to admit 155. All right, and then the state would move to admit 157 as well.
All right, they're admitted. Without objection.
I want to first start with 155 or 156. With the court being able to toggle back over. Tell us 156.
This is the Argo apartment complex.
And I'm going to try to zoom in a little more. I don't know if I can. Anyway, in this exhibit 156, can you see the dumpster that we had seen in the prior UFI video?
Can't really see the dumpster, but you can see the concrete pad that it sits on, yes.
Okay, can you point that out to the court?
It is between building B and C here. This white area is the concrete pad that the dumpster is sitting on.
How many different buildings are in this apartment complex?
5.
And what are their numbers or letters? Excuse me.
It is a A through E.
Do you, did you eventually learn in this case where Jose Ibarra was living at this time?
Yes.
Where was he living?
Delta 126.
So show us building D in this video, or in this photograph.
This is the one labeled D right here in the top of the picture.
Okay, and before I go back to the UFI video, Well, in the Eufy video, we see the individual dump the jacket and then walk towards the bushes and then walk away.
Yes.
In what direction was that person walking?
Walking towards building E in the northeast area of the dumpster.
Would that be towards building D?
Yes, building D is also in that direction.
All right. Are there cut-throughs, or sometimes called cuts, between the apartment complex and the road that we see on the edge of 156?
Yes, there are two main cut-throughs.
Tell us, first of all, what is the road that we see?
Millage Avenue Extension.
Is that the same road that Laken Riley lived on?
Yes.
How do you get from the apartment complex onto Millage Avenue Extension?
The easiest way would be through one of the two cut-throughs.
Show us the cut-throughs.
The first one is between building C and D. Right here, there's a little cut-through area here. And then the second is between B and C where the dumpster is. That's another cut-through.
Where's building S in this photograph and what direction?
It's up here.
All right, to the very top?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And when I say building S, I mean building S at the University of Georgia Housing.
Yes.
All right, thank you. States Exhibit. I'm going to go on here for a minute. I want to go to building D. So you said that he lived in D126.
Yes,
Did you meet the neighbors, his neighbors at D125 and 124?
I did, yes.
Will you tell the court when you met them, how you met them?
I met them on February 26th. That is when I met Bethany Paisley, the resident of 124, and I gathered her ring video that was captured on the 21st, the 22nd, and the 23rd. And then I also met with the resident of 125. He also had a camera that captured photographs in the window of his apartment. So I also met with him and obtained some photos from him.
Did you obtain those photos from him in the same manner in which you obtained the ring video and the Eufy video?
Yes.
Did you stand in his apartment, look at the camera, and take the photos?
Yes.
I'll get to the photos in a minute. The Eufy video that we just saw, was it sent to the GBI Cyber Center for enhancement?
It was, yes.
And is there one image that they were able to do is enhance it and slow down parts of that video?
Yes.
Your Honor, if you could toggle back over, I'm going back to 172. One started too fast. I'm back it up. What are we looking at here in 172?
This is the GBI Cyber Forensics slowed down and enhanced version of the same video we watched earlier.
From B1 or from B32?
That's correct.
So going back to states 172, you had a folder in there, ring videos from D124.
Yes.
That would be the neighbor, Bethany, that you've already told us about. I'm gonna publish some of her videos, but I'm gonna do it one at a time. So this ring.com video, do you see the date and time in the corner of it?
I do, yes.
And could you please tell us that for the record?
February 22nd, 2024 at 10:21 a.m. And that is Eastern Standard Time.
In what direction was that person walking in that video that we just saw?
It'd be south in the apartment complex towards a dumpster.
Okay. And that dumpster that they were walking in the direction of, did you all search that dumpster?
Yes, we do.
And did you find anything related to this crime in that dumpster?
We did not. We later learned that it had been dumped approximately 45 minutes after this video was taken. It had been picked up by the trash service.
Next ring on D124, what's the date and time of this one?
This one is February 19th, 2024 at 02:02 a.m.
And this is what, the next video, what is this date?
This is February 21st, 2024, around midnight 21.
Okay, do you recognize the person in this video, this clip?
Yes, that is Diego Ibarra.
The next one, I'm gonna pause it real quick while it's running. What is the date and time of this one?
February 21st, 2024 at midnight 31.
And do you recognize the person in this video?
That is Jose Ibarra. And that is Diego Ibarra.
All right, now stop this one. This is the 5th video. What's the date and time of this one?
February 21st, 2024 at 7:02 p.m.
All right, do you see the shirt in that video?
I do, yes.
And have you seen that shirt before?
Yes, I have.
And where did you see that shirt?
This is the shirt that Jose Ibarra was wearing in the B-32 video that captured him discarding the jacket in the dumpster.
Is he also wearing a hat in this video?
Yes, he is.
And what type of hat is it?
It is a flat bill style hat.
And stopping the next video, what's the date and time of this one?
February 21st, 2024 at 9:04 p.m.
What is in his hand?
I believe it's a cell phone.
And does he have a bag on in this video?
Yes, a crossbody sling bag.
Okay, can you point that bag out for the court, please? And in your investigation into this case and the searches that you all conducted, did you ever find that bag?
We did not.
The shirt that he's wearing in this video, did you ever find that shirt?
We did not.
Date and time of this, I believe, our 5th clip.
February 21st, 2024, 9:07 p.m.
And who is this person?
Jose Ibarra.
And now what is he wearing?
That is the blue jacket that we wound up finding in the B-32 dumpster that had been discarded.
And the last clip.
February 22nd, 2024, 1:35 a.m.
And I may have to back it up for this, but what's he wearing in this video?
The blue jacket, the flat bill hat, pants and slides.
When you say slides, what do you mean by slides?
Slide on basketball shoes. Open toe.
How much video did you look at from D124?
All of the videos she provided me with, I believe they went through February 19th of 2024 through February 23rd, 2024. So over 4 days.
And were you looking for both Diego Ibarra and Jose Ibarra?
Yes, I was looking for all of the residents of the apartment, 126.
You said that also the neighbors at 125 had a camera as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And instead of a video camera, it was a still camera.
That's correct.
And you explained to us how you collected images from that camera.
I spoke to the resident that lived there, and he allowed me to send the pictures that were captured from that video camera to myself through email.
And is that what you did?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you.
I had to walk away for a second there, Dandy. I am not sure.
158 through 162, and ask you a series of questions. If you could look at those for me, please.
I'll set up for day 2 after.
Do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
What are they?
These are the some of the photos that I gathered from the resident of 125.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of the photos that you collected that day from the resident?
Yes.
State would move to admit 158 through 165. 62.
So get to the same objection, but I think there's a foundational problem here.
A foundation problem.
No objection.
And may I have photos?
Yes.
Could you please toggle back over, Your Honor?
He was creeping around all sorts of apartments in that area. By the sounds of things, anyways.
Start first with $162. That's stuck. Why is it stuck?
Technical difficulties?
Try again.
He does. He looks bored as shit.
I think it's warming up.
He's just nasty.
It should be up again. Okay, if we toggle back over, it's up.
Sure, he's made his wife
It should be
proud.
working great.
There we are.
What is 162?
This is a picture that depicts Jose Ibarra without the bag that I saw him with 3 minutes prior in their ring video.
What's the date and time of that?
February 22nd, 2024, 10:24 a.m.
$159. Does this depict and what's the date and time?
The date and time is February 21st,
Okay,
2024 at
Sandy.
9:45 p.m. And that is Jose Ibarra with the blue jacket and the black and white Adidas cap.
So unlike the ring footage from D124, the still photos are actually in color.
Yes, you can actually see the colors of the images.
And do these color images line up timestamp wise with the ring doorbell video or the ring video? It's not
Yes,
doorbell.
they do.
So States Exhibit 160, date and time?
February 21st, 2024, 11:44 p.m.
And what is depicted in that photo?
That is Jose Ibarra wearing the gray and black t-shirt with the crossbody sling back.
161.
February 22nd, 2024, 1:34 a.m. And that is Jose Ibarra with the sling bag and the blue jacket, which you can't see his face in this one, but it lines up with the ring video that was captured at 1:35.
Okay, so if you look at the ring video at the same time and compare the same.
Yes, they because he is walking in that direction.
And 158.
February 21st, 2024, 7:08 p.m. And that is Jose Ibarra carrying the blue jacket the same way he was carrying it in the B-32 video.
Did you conduct other video review in this case?
I did. I've watched hundreds of hours of video for this case.
States Exhibit 157, I want you to explain to the court, in general terms, and maybe we'll drill down, but in general terms, what videos did you watch and why?
So the ones that are not depicted on this photo, I watched surrounding business video that was in the area of Millage Avenue and Macon Highway, which was the Shell gas station, the Chevron gas station, the Waffle House, and a liquor store. I believe it's Tall Boy Package Store. I watched all of their video footage, exterior and interior cameras, February 22nd, 2024, 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. that day. And then this photo depicts the UGA campus security camera map. So all the little camera icons that you see on this map, at each of those locations, there are 4 different cameras. And I watched all of the video cameras from those areas.
It's hard to see on the screen or on that. I have a different way of showing this image 157 on the screen. And so if the court can just toggle over, I'll show 157 on the screen. That will be easier for everyone to see. There we go. Is that also 157, just a little easier to see?
Yes, it's just the digital file.
All right, so if you could use the digital file of 157, it's easier to see, and show the court where are all the cameras in and around the intramural fields that you looked at.
This first camera here is Millage Avenue Extension by University Village. We have 3 buildings here, T, U, and V. So it kind of watches these buildings as well as the crossing this intersection here.
Okay, hold on a second. I'll have to do this in phases because the whole image can't be picked up. Go ahead.
This camera here is located at East Campus Road at Rogers Road.
I'm going to have to move your microphone because it's hard to hear you.
Sorry.
I think Madam Court Reporter's having a hard time hearing you.
Yes.
So if you can keep your voice up.
Yep. So this the second camera is at East Campus Road and Rogers Road. There's 4 camera angles at that location.
Okay, next camera.
This is located at East Campus Road at Agriculture Drive.
Okay.
This one is East Campus Road at College Station Road. This one is College Station Road at River Road. And then we also have cameras set up in the intramural fields in the parking deck.
And there's one more camera that was cut off because of the digital file.
Yeah, the trailer camera that I mentioned earlier, this is where it was located at in front of Building S on UGA property.
So you watched how much video from all of these cameras that we see in States 157?
All of these cameras, we downloaded that morning, 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'll watch the majority of these cameras. One other detective helped me watch 2 or 3 of them, but I watched most of the video from these cameras.
Okay, and the other detective that watched the other ones is named?
Sergeant Rabu.
Okay, Sophie Rabu?
Yes.
All right, so between the 2 of you, you watched from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. on what day?
February 22nd, 2024.
Okay, if you could have a seat, please. And in watching and looking at all of the cameras that you saw that day, we'll talk about the trailer cam separately with the Detective Rabu. But did you ever see Diego Ibarra?
I did not.
And other than the trailer cam that we're going to talk about with Detective Rabu, did you see Jose Ibarra beyond that camera?
Yes. Okay.
We have a. Thank you. Besides the trailer cam that I will talk about separately with Detective Rabu, did you see Jose Ibarra?
I did not.
And did you also look between 6 a.m. and 1 p.m. for any other people who might have been suspicious, might have been up to no good?
Yes, that was the main point of the.
And did you investigate and follow up any of the things of interest for you from all of that camera review?
Yes.
And one.
Could he look much more bored? Buy Sandy a biscuit, guys. Spoil little things that we have running around our house.
Detective
Hey, Mr.
Morris?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Little critters.
Are you considered the lead detective on this case? Is that the position that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Would it have been your job to make any DNA requests on collected evidence in the case?
In this particular case, Sergeant Saunders handled most of the evidence that was collected.
Okay.
And requesting tests from the GBI.
Did you make any requests?
I did not.
Okay. But as part of your job as lead investigator, it would be your job to review everything, correct?
Yes, I have reviewed everything.
Okay. And to make any additional requests that hadn't been accomplished?
Correct.
Okay. And there were swabs taken of Laken Riley's telephone, is that correct? Swabs for DNA?
I did not collect those swabs.
But you're aware of the swabs being taken as lead
Yes.
investigator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were those swabs sent to the GBI for examination?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And so you do not know what's on those swabs?
No.
Correct? All right. And you did not ask for those to be examined?
I did not.
Okay. There were swabs taken from the fingernails of Jose Ibarra, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those swabs taken for?
To compare DNA that was collected at the scene.
Okay. And were those swabs tested by the GBI as part of this case?
I believe so.
They were?
I'm not 100% certain at this moment, no, sir.
Okay. But you testified that you had reviewed everything. And so is it just a matter of looking back at your report, or is it just a matter of...
This is a very weird scenario. I am the lead investigator, but there were many moving parts here.
Sure.
I did review everything at one point in time, and everything that was pertinent to the case, I was made aware of at that time.
Okay.
I can't recall every single test that was done by the GBI and what those tests, what the results of those tests were.
Okay. You don't personally recall ever requesting or reviewing any results from the swabbings of the fingernails of Jose Ibarra?
I have reviewed them at one point in time, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do you know who did those swabbings?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. And do you know who tested those swabbings?
No, sir, I do not.
And do you know what those results were?
No, sir.
So you don't know if they were positive for Laken Riley's DNA or not?
I do not know, sir.
That would certainly be an important fact to remember, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And that would certainly be something as lead investigator that you would remember, correct?
That's correct.
Is it possible that these weren't tested?
It is possible.
Okay.
I do not recall all of the tests that were done. There were a magnitude of tests that were done in this case.
Certainly it would be something to remember, right?
Sure.
Okay. As to these videos,
Who made us the chairs back?
What's going on in the courtroom? I am trying.
Good.
The videos that were introduced on your direct examination, those were not your videos, correct?
Correct.
You didn't own the cameras that were
No,
used
sir,
to
I
take
did
those?
not own any of
Okay.
those cameras.
They're not UGA videos?
No, sir.
Okay. So aside from what you were told by these two individuals, is it Mr. Edelinsky?
Yes.
And Miss
Paisley.
Paisley. Okay. So aside from what you were told by them, did you have any independent knowledge about how these cameras work?
I met with Mr. Edelinsky and Miss Paisley. I cannot explain to you exactly how those cameras work.
Okay.
That would have to be something that they would do.
As part of your investigation in this case, you're kind of someone who is overseeing other officers. There's a lot of other investigators and detectives and crime scene people that you're kind of overseeing. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay. Reviewing things and making sure that everything gets done correctly. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, lordy.
And so a lot of the actual, you're not doing a lot of the actual investigation in this case, but you're helping out where you can and you're doing your part, but there's a lot of things that are, that you're kind of overseeing.
Correct. Yep. There were a lot of moving parts in this investigation.
Okay. You did do some
Absolutely.
investigation into the use of Jose Ibarra's phone, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as part of that investigation, you came to learn that it was not just Mr. Ibarra who was using that phone. Is that right?
I learned that in October of 2023, it was possible that someone else was using that phone. That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, 2 or 3 other individuals, is that right?
2 that I know of, yes.
2 other individuals.
Yes, besides Jose, yes.
Okay.
Very much
and that
indeed.
was for the main phone number that you all were investigating that was supposed to be linked to Mr. Ibarra. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that number began with 347-358?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. Judge, could I have just another question?
Questions, come on. Trying to get a little bit of stuff done behind here. Just about done for the day, guys.
So just to clarify that number, the number that you all were looking at the time was 347-358-3978. Is that right?
Yes, that sounds correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
October of 2023 is how much prior?
Must be the last one. Last
That'd be
guy.
4 months prior.
Oh. That was fast.
Anything else? Mr. Kirby?
Judge, nothing right now.
Okay. Well, can he be excused?
Potentially, actually, I'd asked to hold him for a potential rebuttal for just whatever comes down the road. So I'm just going to ask that he still abide by, I don't want to invoke the rule, but I have told all my witnesses to abide by the rule of sequestration.
Okay. You may step down and take instructions from whoever brought you here.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
From whoever brought you here.
We'll stop for today. My plan would be, as soon as the lights come back on, to talk about 8:30 Monday morning.
8:30 Monday morning.
Anything else we need to take up before we do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tomorrow morning, guys.
To expand a little bit on our objection to this camera and this microphone in front of me, and also bring Your Honor's attention to another issue that came up over lunch regarding the live stream. So as Your Honor knows, we've objected to cameras in the courtroom. Your Honor has overruled it so that the public can have access to this trial. We objected to it being live streamed. Your Honor overruled it so the public could have access to this trial.
Fair.
We objected to there being 2 cameras in the courtroom. Again, Your Honor has overruled us for the purpose of the public having access to the trial. I think that this camera being where it is a bridge too far. No member of the public
Wow,
who
wow,
sat in this
wow, wow.
courtroom would be sitting here looking at us, looking at the defense counsel table with a microphone pointed toward the defense counsel table.
Good God.
Your Honor asked us to let you know if it was intrusive. I can tell you it was. I myself was personally distracted multiple times when it moved. And also we were, sorry, Your Honor asked if it was intrusive, and it was. I myself was distracted multiple times when it moved. It's on some sort of automatic things. It will, when we stand up, it will swivel or someone will turn it, but it is distracting. There's a microphone pointed towards our table. That microphone, I've been told, is live. I do not think we need to have this camera here. No one, like I said, no one in the public is going to have the shot if they were watching. That's something that Your Honor would have and the bailiff, and that's it.
Stop whining.
And it does discourage, in some ways, some consultation with Mr. Ibarra. It discourages consultation among the attorneys.
No.
I know Your Honor was kind of stuck because that's how it was set up today. I'm just asking, when we reset the courtroom for Monday, if we could either take it down or at least remove the mic. This isn't about giving the news the best media shot of Mr. Ibarra at all times. That's not what the purpose of having the courtroom open to the public is. They should get the same view that anyone who is in here watching the trial should get, which is from the galley.
But then we can see the curves. There's a reason.
Part of the problem with having live mics and live streams is that even if the media are trying their very best to honor Your Honor's instructions, there are mistakes. And so I wanted to report to Your Honor that one such mistake happened over the lunch break. Our colleague was reviewing the live stream and noticed that the first photo of Laken Riley when she's found at the crime scene made it onto the live stream. And I just give that as an example for, this idea that they can be so quick on the draw of cutting out the live stream and cutting out the mics is a fiction.
If you would slow down for just a minute.
Sorry.
The photo that made it onto the live stream, was it her that when she?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I wasn't there.
I didn't see that.
I didn't hear Mr. Wilson's questions. All I can tell you is that our colleague said the very first photo of Miss Riley that they showed at the crime scene made it onto the live stream such that she was able to watch it.
Can I ask?
I did not
do
see
you know if it was a photograph or a video?
I believe it was a photo. It was one of the crime scene photos that was put on the Elmo and then made it to the live stream. And so I just say that to explain that, our fears and objections here are not based on nothing. This has happened in the past where they've captured our voices on after a hearing is done. It happened today. So we are going to be reviewing our objections and at the least asking Your Honor to reconsider this setup right in front of us.
Do you want to be heard, Ms. Robinson?
Your Honor, I have been working all day, so I've not had a chance to review the live stream. I'll investigate that over the weekend and let Your Honor know if we believe that it happened and is an issue. We can address it at that time. But I support defense counsel and their position on that particular camera.
So I want to think about it over the weekend too, but I'll go ahead and tell you what my thought is right now. And that is removing the direct camera and microphone that is right here. I say that because I take Ms. Beck's point that if the purpose is to allow people to be in, like if they were in the gallery, they wouldn't be right here. I think that's an excellent point and a valid point. Someone would have to convince me, and I'm not asking anybody to stand up and try to convince me. I would have to be convinced some way that that is necessary over and above what you have, the one camera that takes everybody in. But I'll give some thought to that. I may ask some questions between now and then, but I'll give some thought to that.
Yes,
and certainly I will try to figure out if there was an error made. I'll try to figure that out too.
Yes, Your Honor.
But can I ask, I assume we're gonna have some more, there's gonna be some medical examiner photos. Is that going to be, can you say at this point, is that going to be the extent of that sort of evidence?
There are probably just a few more stray photos regarding her clothing, the positioning of her clothing. There are still shots that were made from Maxwell's body cam, but other than that, in the medical examiner, that should be it. Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Only to say that we, the state has submitted a list of witnesses who don't want to be filmed. We have not yet consulted with the defense witnesses. We'd like to have the opportunity to send that list if we have any, but no objection to the state's request on those witnesses.
All right. 8:30 Monday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
8:30 Monday. There we go. So, what do you guys think? I'm finding it pretty interesting, to be honest with you. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow. And I don't think it'll be too long, and it'll just head straight to that jury. I'm not seeing where he's going to make any headway. There's nothing that I've seen that makes me feel like he's innocent. So there's that. So thanks for joining me, guys. I've really missed you. So it was a great day for me. So with that said, I will see you tomorrow in the next one. Bye. Oh, here we go. Bye.
Dun, 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 dun.